ημέρα του σεμιναρίου Racing Rules of Sailing με εισηγητή τον κύριο Neven Baran. Το σεμινάριο θα διαρκέσει έως τις 9 το βράδυ και θα ακολουθήσουν 4 διαλύματα. Το λόγο έχει ο κύριος Baran.
Copy, thank you very much. Welcome again tonight, all of you. We will start where we left last night, and it's about redress. So this is on your screens. We have the rule, but I would actually like to answer questions that were related to that topics last night, but that we did not have time to deal with immediately. So one of the questions is from, let's see. It is from the Spoiler. Is the Spoiler here?
Despina.
Ah, okay. Despina.
She's not here.
Ah, she's not here. Okay.
No.
Okay, if she comes back later, I will just then skip this question and we'll go to Adriana then.
Okay, I'll keep you up. Adriana, is your microphone okay today?
Anyway.
Adriana will write on chat.
I will share what her question is. So her question was, what is better for an athlete to do his penalty even he knows he will be excluded? For example, touching a mark because there are not enough room given and so on. What is the best? So I understand that this excluded means exonerated, and my answer is yes. There is no harm if the sailor takes a penalty. It's a safety thing to do. I remember times when in the past we would have asked in the jury room when the alternative penalties were introduced, and why did you took a penalty if you did not break the rule? And those times that was a problem. Nowadays it's out of fashion. So it is reasonable to accept that, because the people may have doubts whether the penalty is needed, whether they have break a rule or not. So it is absolutely acceptable nowadays. So I would advise it yes. So my answer to that one is yes. Then we have a Stavros question. Adriana, I hope that you understood my answer if you are there. Stavros has a question about the opinion on the new latest Q&A about the jurisdiction of the PC extended even after the event is over. We were talking about yesterday photographing evidence, and that Q&A actually does deal with a question when the photographic evidence was available later, even after the event has been done. And the Q&A argues that this would be fine. It's in front of us now. And what it says, a few days after an event concludes, about A learns from photographs posted at the event media website that about B may have broken a rule during the event. Basically, the Q&A deals with something that is fundamental. And I think the Q&A is quite right, that the protestor needs to deliver the protest and sees what is going to happen. And the jurisdiction is still there, and that's correct answer. And what I would then say at the conclusion of it is that I agree also with the Q&A in a way that the future rule book will fix it in a way that sailing instruction would be in position, or notice of phrase, for example, to say at what point the no more protests will be then not accepted. Although I may think that the rule will not be extended to breaches that are misconduct or using of, for example, doping or unauthorized substances or something that is connected with misconduct. I don't think that would be then allowed to be shut down. Like, I don't know, especially in the doping environment, we have many sports that actually for many years after the medals were taken off competitors because of that breach. So those fundamental rules will not be sort of immune from rules that will be, or possibilities of revisiting again, but all the rest will be fine. Somehow this is interesting because someone can submit a protest later, but we have sort of deadlines for how much time you are allowed to reopen the cases and so on, but we actually do not have exact time until when a party cannot actually ask for protest itself. So it's very interesting. So I think new rule book will fix it. Let's see if we have any other questions, and maybe still I can ask this question from this point because it affects what we were talking about yesterday, and this is when the race committee scores somebody BFD because of the action and a boat is pushed over. So her first question is, can I ask for redress because my scoring really bad because of that foul? And the foul is described here, as you all know, maybe. A boat comes from astern, and due to an accidental maneuver of her, there is an impact, and because of that, I'm scored as an BFD. Well, the answer to that generally is yes, you can ask for a redress. But there is an element in it, and there's a case here for 140 and 65, and there is also Q&A that covers all this environment. So yes, you may be forced by other boats to be over the line, and that boat breaks the rule part 2. But how you could be given a redress for this, infringing this? So because of that boat, you are compelled to break rule 30.4, but if that boat that is compelled to break the rule did not return and start correctly after that incident, there would be no grounds for redress because she was not compelled to break rule 28.1, which means sailing the course in her entirety. So we can go and see the case itself and see what it says. So that is the case. So it is case 140. And it actually describes all in detail how this all has, so how the rule works. So the first question is, a boat that was pushed over lodges a valid protest against B. The protest committee disqualifies B for breaking part of rule part 2, that's fine. The committee finds that B, as a consequence of breaking rule, was compelled by A to break rule 33 or whatever. It's maybe U flag or B or black flag. It also finds that there was no injury or physical damage and that B did not break rule 2 fair sailing. So in that case, the question is, may the protest committee exonerate A for her breach of rule 30.3 or 34 and score her in a finishing position, even though A has never started according to the definition start? So the answer is quickly no, she cannot be exonerated for that bit because it did not pass the test of her own. The fault was on her own a little bit because she was not compelled not to sail the course. She was compelled to break the rule, the starting rule of U flag or black flag, but she was not compelled of not sailing the course. So course of action for her, in order to not to be entitled for that, was to go around and restart, and then be eventually scored DNS, not BFD, which could be a little bit of difference. But unfortunately, there is no mechanism here to be redressed, because the redress could be only given if some other rules are involved. And if we go to the Racing Rules of Sailing 62.1, this should be an improper action of omission of race committee. So we can't find any omission of race committee, because race committee scored her OCS, I mean, UFD or BFD, whatever it was, because she was over. And the next thing is, there is no injury or physical damage that would have been on that boat that would justify any redress. And as the case itself says, no action of the boat that was under penalized under Rule 2, or that was, that's important, penalty or warning under 69. So in that case, there would be no redress. In a case does not argue about this bit, because it's implied that you would be given redress if the boat has broken Rule 2. But if that's not the case, then it will not be possible. If there is an unfortunate situation where there is a general recall and then the boat cannot start because it is by rule itself forbidden to start, there is no other way for her to be given any other, like here, it says, if the protest committee decides that B broke a part of 2 rule, and when she did so compelled, may the committee give a redress by scoring her in a finishing position in the restarted race? So the answer is again no. And A initially broke the first sentence of the Rule 34 and was identified on the course side of the starting line. Then her sail number was properly displayed according to 30.4, because the race committee displayed our sail number after general recall. The penultimate sentence of Rule 34 prohibited A from sailing in the restarted race. So by starting in the restarted race, she breaks the penultimate sentence of Rules 30.4. The race committee does not make a mistake when it scores her DNE. A is not entitled to the risk because the race committee does not act improperly. So the problem is there that she even cannot return and restart, and she cannot restart that race, so will remain DNE. So that's unfortunate. If we go to the Q&A, we then may find something additionally to this case, because case does not discuss whether Rule 2 is broken. And Q&A, that is, I think, 217. Let me find it for you. So this is the case where it's actually extending a little bit the case 140. So the situation is that a race is started under 30.3 or 30.4, whatever case may be. 20 seconds before the starting signal, there is an incident between A and B. The race committee identifies part of A on the course side. A does not return, and to the pre-start of the starting line, but continues sailing the course and finishes. So the race committee scores her UFD or BFD as appropriate. A lodges a valid protest, and so on. The protest committee disqualifies B for breaking a rule of part 2. The committee finds that B, as a consequence of breaking a rule, has compelled A to break Rule 33 or 34. It also finds that there was no injury or physical damage, and that B did break. So that's a difference between the case and here. So is boat A entitled to redress under 62 1D? And the answer is, if boat A did not return to the pre-start side of the starting line and start correctly, sail the course and finish, she would not be entitled to redress, as nothing prevented her from complying with the, oh my goodness, why this is scrolling? Oh my goodness. It's scrolling, that's not what I want. No. Oh, please comply. Does not want to stop. Ah, okay. All right, so, oh my goodness, please stop. All right, we stabilize it. All right, so if boat A did not return to the pre-start side of the starting line to start correctly, say the course, and finish, she would not be entitled to redress, as nothing prevented her from complying with Rule 28.1. And therefore, she did not fulfill the true no fault of her own condition in 62.1. So then she would not be entitled. All right. And if A did return to pre-start side of the starting line and then start correctly, she sailed the course and finished. The protest committee shall exonerate herself for breaking either of the rules, determine her finishing place in accordance with A3, which would be making an arrangement, something like points, and adjust the scores of other boats accordingly. So it is important that the other boats also are adjusted for that redress. So she may be entitled to redress better than her finishing position if the protest committee establishes as a fact that her elapsed time of finishing place has been made significantly worse by action of the boat breaking Rule 2. So breaking Rule 2 would entitle the boat. So asking for redress is fine. That's a general answer to question, because if she, provided she takes all blame from her own action. So she needs to start and finish the course properly. Okay. Let me see if there is any other question. No, okay, that's fine.
Vespina is online, Neven.
Ah, okay. Did you follow what we answered to your Esponia? Are you happy, or have you heard it? Can you speak?
Hello. Unfortunately, I just am online, so I didn't have the opportunity to listen to the answer, but I will put it later on YouTube. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, sorry for not waiting for you long enough, but we thought that it's very interesting for the rest, and people may think of it. There are, you can see here briefly, there are Q&A that would deal with it, and there is case 106, and this one. These
Okay,
that you are asking whether they are dealing with the situation. So those are one that you might be interested in reading. All right, so you can.
Oh, I will see them. Yes, I noticed already that. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you very much, Neven.
If you have any queries later, you'll come on and we can revisit it. That's fine. Okay. And also connected to your question, there was another one from whether it's advisable to a person to take penalty, irrespective if she believes that she will be exonerated for rule breach. And the answer is nothing prevents the person to take penalty, even if she believes that she might be exonerated, but there is a doubt, and she will not be criticized, or her defense would be sort of diminished, or not taken into consideration if she takes penalty still, because that's all fine nowadays. It used to be different in the past. So thank you for your question. Is any other questions regarding the, let me see, there is some. Okay, no other questions. Thank you very much. I would use this time as well to tell you that in regards, especially OCS and other actions of the race committee, if we go to the online documents of the World Sailing, there is also something I mentioned yesterday was, let me just share this with you. These documents are all in a public domain, and I would advise you to take a look of them. So what you see now, it's Q&A, but if we go here and then we go here and to the library, we can find this document here, jury policies, and including information to athletes and discretionary penalties. So what is happening usually at the events, this is used especially with the World Sailing events. Of course, they are not used for every local event, but generally guidance and procedures, how the jury does things is here. So one of those are also the OCS. So also how the jury is considering all these incidents like protests on the jury, for instance, on the water, outside help, propulsion, request for redress. And this is, for example, the case we were addressing yesterday, because sometimes boats want to challenge the race committee about it. So, and this is something that is worth reading. And it's sometimes also addressed to the specific class because it's some changes in the rules. So it is all the procedures, how would jury work? And that would be very good guidance for you guys, especially you coaches need to, perhaps, I would advise to probably many of you have already. And there are some internal jury policies that you can learn from as well. And some things we had already discussed. It's a lengthy document, but it's in a free time, and to be informed about it, it's interesting. There is a part, section C, about the discretionary penalty policies, and there are sometimes discretionary penalties introduced where we don't want to impact on the result of sailors, and especially if the support persons are involved, and discretionary penalties may be also applied against them. So these are also varieties, and there are some principles that are followed how it is done, and it is nowadays more and more popular. So it is a document about, it's a bit lengthy, but how many pages? I don't know. Anyway, so I would advise you to go through these documents and learn details, how the jury is working and what is the interaction between competitors and the jury at the event. Many elements you will find already built up in our principles that you are not even aware that are listed, but they actually are. So this is my advice. Let me see my, okay, so my notes, something more about redress. 65. Nothing else, I would just conclude with that. Maybe 65, there's a case 65. This one is also talking about redress and fair sailing. It's connected to your question, actually. It says, when a boat knows that she has broken the black flag rule, she is obliged to retire promptly. When she does not do so, and then deliberately hinders another boat in the race, she commits a breach of sportsmanship under Rule 2, and her helmsman commits an act of misconduct. So it come into play when you believe that you're defending your result by controlling the other boat, because before the last race of the event, and you defending your medal or whatever, and that you decide that you will just break the rule of OCS and then control the other boat throughout the race. And that's very dangerous, because that would be considered as knowingly breaking the rule, and that's against the Rule 2. Fair sailing, and in that case it will not help. So it needs defending your own position during the race, and actually act against your opponent exclusively would not include breaking a rule deliberately. And that is one of the cases when the rule is broken deliberately, and may come into the situation where there is a ground to seek redress because of that kind of action. So that's on top of case 140 and 217 Q&A. Okay, so I would also use now to recap our talks about hearings, redress, appeals, and finalize our I think I'm sharing this with you now. Let me just. Yeah, oh, no, I'm sharing this document. So I would now answer those questions that we have with the warm-up quest. And I think this is the one that, yeah, this is the set for you coaches. So photographs and videos cannot be admitted as evidence in the protest hearing. I think this is false, because we even have a Q&A that would say this could even trigger a late protest and jurisdiction is still over once event is over, according to the latest Q&A. I will just address the black questions because the others we already answered are related to other topics we've done already 2 days. A protest committee should declare a protest invalid without a hearing when protest is delivered after protest time limit published in the sailing instruction. And this is also false, because we need a hearing for anything. So everybody is entitled to a hearing, so you cannot just say invalid and turn it down without hearing. So no, it's false. Time limit of delivering request for redress is the same time limit for delivering protests. I don't know whether I stressed it, but the rule says itself, and it is in this document here. Let me just open it. The request shall be in writing and identify the reason for making it. The request based on incident, it shall be delivered to the race office within the protest time limit or 2 hours after the incident, whichever is later. Other requests shall be delivered, and that falls into this Q&A that was questioned by someone, shall be delivered as soon as reasonably possible after learning of the reasons for making the request. So somehow this time limit is different for the redress. So the answer to that one is false again. This one is answered. So a party's coach is entitled to attend the protest hearing as an observer. We discussed it and we had concluded that's a false, because it depends whether the jury allows it or not, because the decision is in jury's hands, not to be given to them. The next one, all people, including witnesses, have a right to be present throughout the hearing. That's again false, right? Because everybody that is allowed to be during the hearings involved and is not witnesses, for example, because they could be only there when they are giving their testimony, but not throughout the whole hearing. So that's why it's false. A sound signal is not obligatory when making an individual recall signal. That's false. We all know that. I think we did not talk explicitly about it because it's a racing rules, race committee procedures, but we all know it is obligatory. If a boat loses steerage way, it is okay to scull to help turn her around the markers. You remember we spoken about it in the 42 rule procedures, and we said, well, the boat would be allowed to scull to get free from the mark, but it would not be excused from sculling to get around the mark itself. So it is false. I hope you all agree. Okay, that would conclude the questions of and the answers. If you have any further questions to that, maybe we can think about this question. A sound signal is not obligatory when making an individual recall signal. So what happens if a sailor is in the middle of the line and there is a failure in a sound signal for the X-ray. So X-ray, the guy does not hear it. Would that guy would be allowed for a request for redress because there was no sound signal given? But this X-ray signal was given. So if that sailor is not given a sound signal and is not aware of the X-ray and they haven't seen it, then it's reasonable for that person to seek redress because she was not aware. That's why the sound signal is quite very important, especially in the match racing, because the nature of the competition is such that if the sound signal is delayed a long time, then it would be affecting the match because it's all about boats being too close. But what in the case that a person is aware and have seen the flag and finally is aware that she might have been over, she is then obliged to go back. So there will be a fault of her own involved when she is aware that X-ray is up, she has seen it. So she has to go back and return, irrespective that sound signal was missing. So this is one of the cases when we discuss it and say, yes, there is an omission of the race committee, but was there a full omission, fully clear of no fault of competitor? So competitor has a part in it. So if she is aware that she was over, she must come back. She will not be then excused or given redress afterwards if she was aware that she was over. So that would be maybe something to do. Do you have any experience to that? If you do, come and back later and ask me questions about it. Let's see if any other of these questions may trigger any more protestants should declare. All right, I think we can. Go ahead.
I have a question for 18.
Yeah, okay.
We say that a boat cannot take two-turn penalty if a competitor protests here. And you said it's false.
Yeah. Maybe I do not think that those questions are maybe a language.
Yeah.
So I admit that it may make a confusion. The key bit here is a kinetics rule. So kinetics rule is something, kinetics rule are this rule 42 actions. So what was meant to be questioned and why the answer is false is that if there is an incident where there is a breach of rule 42, that's a kinetics rule. It does not explicitly say in the rule itself. So I admit my mistake to ask such a question to make a confusion. But it was meant that if the sailor is protesting another sailor for an incident of where the rule 42 was broken, and that incident was not dealt with under Appendix P by the judges, so it's an isolated incident. So there is no option on that to take a penalty. So that was why it is false. In the other, I hope you understand what I meant. So, but if a sailor protests any other rule, because I should go to rule 44, and that's maybe a very good to discuss a bit more.
Sorry, Neven, can I ask something? So, if she cannot take a penalty turn for a protest for Rule 42, why is it false? The question says cannot take a penalty.
Yeah.
So if you respond false, actually she can take a penalty turn.
A boat cannot take 2 turns penalty to exonerate herself if competitor protests her for let's say change these kinetics into 42.
No, let's change it to 42. So she cannot take a penalty, a 2 turns penalty.
No.
So it's true.
Yes.
Okay.
Even, I put a question and then I have trouble answering it. Yeah, what I wanted to say, I wanted to draw attention to a part of the rule, and let me see. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so let's see.
So better change the cannot to can in order to stay false if we want to mean to understand about that it's not allowed to take tutor penalty. So it's better leave it false and change the cannot. Yeah,
exactly. No, I don't want to be right. I mean, it doesn't matter. What is the question for? The question is to discuss Rule 44.1 and 2, correct? So let me find that rule and put it in front of you.
Neven?
Yeah.
Regarding also this, 42 is part of, it's on part 4, but a sailor can only protest a sailor for part 2. So if I'm sailing and the sailor tells me protest because you are moving, he's not the judge to judge my kinetics. So I will wait the jury, not a sailor to dictate me.
Exactly.
So I will never take the penalty because the sailor...
You don't have to. You don't have to until the judge comes and do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because the problem is there. Maybe you will, if you do the... Yeah, well, exactly. So it's just absolutely right. Okay, let's go to 44. So taking a penalty. So you Andreas, you get really correctly because it is part 2. Taking a penalty. A boat may take a penalty only for part 2, and 42 is outside that bit. That's why in this case, only the normal procedure for the protest would be then allowed. And then, of course, the only outcome would be disqualification, or that kind of penalty. Won't be any terms. So it would be beneficial for the boat that actually judges see it instead of being protested by another boat. But as we had another example yesterday where some other peculiar or strange propulsion alternatives are on the race course, like pulling by the rope of some anchored, moorings or something like that. That would be then, if not observed by the judges, would be fine to protest by sailors. And that would end up as a normal procedure. It would be just as any other rule, as a rule, whatever. All right. So, okay. If no more questions, we will now proceed with our next topic, and this is an interesting one that would concern you guys, especially coaches. I don't know what I'm doing wrong with this find function because it scrolls me up and down, so I must learn something about it. Oh, good Lord. All right, so now we are where we are. All right, I think I have it all in front of you guys. So we are moving now to the support, how we conduct hearings with the support persons. As you may know, you might have been aware, but still it needs address and analyze it. In the present rule book, we introduced a new definition, which is support person. And that was not in the previous book. So the reasons why now support persons are involved is that many, many years passed over, and sort of the coaches and support persons actually were sidelined, and there was no jurisdiction over them. So they were not included in the rules in a way. So there were no, unless something happened, there was in an old rules that only jury could report something that would occur on the race course or the boat park. But there was nothing really precise. Nowadays, it's so precise that there is a lot of rules to read about, and we will pass this thoroughly in a next session. So first of all, we have a new definition, which is in the, I must warn you, because we have a rule book issued, and then during the same year when the rule book was published, and there's a new set of changes came in, and that's why I presented this part to you. So I don't know whether you corrected your rule book. It may be worth it, but if not, just have this supplement changes and corrections made by World Sailing in the racing rules that are now in force. I think we can continue after break, right?
Yes, Neven.
We have a break, right? Okay.
Yes, we have a break now.
Open the book on that side, and then we will go with details on that rule. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's have a break.
Let's have a break, yeah.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, και τώρα θα περάσουμε σε ένα 10λεπτό διάλειμμα.
Let's hope so, because it's a black flag start.
You can see compared to the lasers, they're a lot further back.
Στο βίντεο αυτό θα δούμε πλάνα από το Mental Race του 470 ανδρών στο Παγκόσμιο Πρωτάθλημα στο Άρχους.
And in fact, wouldn't you say, Saskia, that some people were over-conservative? Maybe they didn't take the transits that we were talking about.
Yeah, I think actually the big fact, looking at this picture, it looks like it was a big starboard bias actually to that line.
And maybe even a right-hand shift on the right-hand side. It looks like the right is profiting quite quickly, quite early on in this race. What was your take on that, Corky?
Well, looking at the statistics, there was a slight starboard hand bias as that gun went. It was only just favoured slightly towards the pin in about 1 minute to go, and that slowly the wind tracked round and gave more of an advantage. We're now seeing a big right-hand shift coming in, which is why those boats have accelerated off that line, and it is favouring that right-hand side. We also have a little bit of current just starting to flood in, not huge amounts, but it will be noticeable enough on that racecourse in this light stuff that will be enabling them up the racecourse quicker. So we might see the boats favouring that right-hand side a little bit more to get into the deeper channel.
Okay, so the deeper channel is closer to the shore on the far side of the course from where we are now at the moment.
Well, as we're looking, the initial bit where the movement will start to happen is that tide coming off. So we're going to go back to the start there. We can see it was a fairly even start when it came off that line, but when that breeze starts to click round and move to that right-hand side, it just enables those boats up to the top right. So your positions and thoughts on this, Sas?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason from what we've seen so far today to think that it won't go back left. You know, it's been a really shifty day, so they'll just sort of let that ride out, and already, you know, the wind had gone back left sort of a minute after the start.
But as we saw with the laser and the laser radial races, going left was good, but Corky, you just said that the current is starting to flood, so you must be really careful about your ley lines coming into the top mark. Is that correct?
That's it. So they're going to get drawn up towards that mark, so it's going to help them go upwind quicker. There will be a slight bit more flow on that shore side, but again, you've got to weigh out the priorities on this race course. If the shifts are going to be your key priority, which we've seen over the last couple of races have been a really big factor in this, you will weigh that out and say, well, there is a slight advantage due to the tide on that right side, but if the breeze and what we've seen with these left-hand shifts and boats approaching on that left-hand shore, it's always given a much bigger advantage to that shift. So we will see the tide becoming a bigger factor over the next few races, but I think, as I agree with Sas, that left-hand shift and staying in that left-hand phase where we're seeing the boats now approaching back towards the middle of the course, this gives them maximum options to be able to take shifts to the right or to the left.
So, Saskia, tell us about some of the techniques we're seeing with the Italian boat here. What you did the crewing job at the front of the boat out on the trapeze. Why is there so much movement from the crew there?
So he on his trapeze line there, he's got a leverage control there. He can go up and down that wire, which gives him more leverage. So when the wind's up a bit, you'll see him drop that rope down. And there's a bit of a light patch there, so he's bending his knees right in and pulling his rope up high. He's being a bit late pulling his rope up, so he can be really reactive to when the wind comes. Because if he bent his knees and pulled himself up, he'd have a lot to do when the gust came. So you're just always trying to keep sort of your boat flat. Or sailors have different techniques on this. Some people like to have a bit of windward heel or a bit of leeward heel, or have it flat, and that'll all be tied into their technique, or maybe a bit of their sail design kind of thing, how they like to sail it.
And some of Corky, got something
I just wanted to pick up on that, and you mentioned it slightly there, Sas, was this sail design. We see on a few of the boats, certainly the 3-inch shot, the lines going across that sail. So they're rolling from the luff to the leach, so the front of the sail to the back of the sail. What are those lines, and why have some boats got them and some haven't? So
those are just a sort of visual aid for the sailors, actually. If you're just looking at a blank white sail, it's quite hard to see the depth, the profile of it and the depth that it's got it. And if you have some blue or black line stripes, depth stripes, it gives you just a visual reference and a lot easier to see where the maximum depth in your sail is. If it's in the middle of the sail, or you might want to pull some cunningham on and move it forward, kind of thing. So it's a visual aid.
So as we approach this top part of the mark, we saw just then the mini map sort of in that bottom corner. Those yellow boats that were identified are the lead boats. And we can see now this shift, and why the boats were trying to get back towards the middle of the course to give them the options, with this wind starting to clock back and that favoured side over now, switching towards that right. So many of those boats all closing in on this final third from that middle of the course to be able to take any advantage possible.
Very solid race being sailed by the Italians in the middle of the course. They have been leading for some of this period, but it's Barger and Mir who we're on board with here, the Austrians, who hold the lead from the left-hand side of the courses. No, actually, we can see a boat moving ahead of them, so it's changing again, and the Italians, in fact, are going to tack on their breeze, forcing the Austrians to tack away. So the Italians tacking quite aggressively on top of the Austrian air, forcing them to do a double tack. The crew straight onto the trapeze, and Saskia, I bet this makes you miss this.
Looks beautiful, doesn't it?
It's great to watch the choreography, and this is what gave you a gold medal, being able to do this stuff so well.
Yeah, those are the days.
Only last year. Don't be so tough on yourself.
So look, they've all sort of been taking nibbles at that left-hand side and gains. The Italians were sort of the most left-hand boat off the start line, made a nice gain in the fleet. The Austrians then went a bit wider to the left, made a nice gain in the fleet. Italians came back, tacked on them. So it seems that top left has been powerful again.
Well, the Americans currently have fallen out of medal contention, having been in silver position going into this race. You can see the Americans on the left of picture wearing the blue jerseys of second place, but at the moment there's no medal on the cards for McNay and Hughes if things were to stay the way they are. And part of the reason for that is that it's the Italians, Giacomo Ferrari and Giulio Calabro, who hold the lead. And what a name to have. I mean, wouldn't you love to have a surname like that if you're going to be a competitive sportsman?
So the Italians, they need, they're 5 points back on Stuart and Dave. Obviously, depending on what penalty they might get on shore in this protest. So they need to hold on to this first place, and it's perfectly stacked for them at the moment. There's enough boats in between them and the Americans, Stu and Dave, to climb up into bronze. But a lot of race still left.
So we saw that penalties were a real issue for the laser and the laser radial. What kind of concerns might a 470 sailor have? We see very vigorous movement here. Surely that's putting them in line for a penalty.
So in the 470, and it's in the fin as well, we have a pumping flag that goes up. In the 470, it goes up at 8 knots. So the race committee are obviously confident that this race is at 8 knots and will last at 8 knots. And it then becomes a free-for-all.
So they're actually getting quite puffed out there. When you see the crew on the Austrian boat, he's actually taking a good puff of air each time. So that's quite an aerobic workout right there.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Maybe this flag went up at that windward mark, because I'm surprised we didn't see any of it on the upwind.
Yeah, I'd say sort of to pick up on that, it came up on Mark 1, so they felt off that start line in that first leg. There clearly wasn't that stable 8 knots, but now we've, got sort of coming up to 10 knots on the course. So that flag raised at Mark number 1, and that's where you're seeing pumping here. But this slow-mo going into the tacking as they're approaching that top mark, it's can see the differences in angles of where boats are lined up above that line and just taking that extra bit of speed into it. But this pumping now sort of... can you overdo the pumping? Can it be detrimental to the point where if you mistime it, that it will affect actually the boat speed and you'd be better off being smoother and more gentle in the boat, or is it just all out go for it?
We need a minute,
It really depends
Neven.
on the wind, sea state actually, and the wind state. It's absolutely imperative that you're in time with each other. Otherwise, all you do is dig yourself a hole in the ocean. It's very flat water today, so it'll probably just be a rhythmical pump. You can see them rolling the boat and they're heading out on this final reach. They're not going to get overtaken by anyone. And they're just trying to see that, I guess it was a real battle for maybe the overlap on that final turning mark to the finish with the other guys. And it looks like the Japanese have got in front of that group.
They look like they're happy about something. So we're going to have to see how the positions unfold. There's a tight reach to the finish. The Spanish on the right of picture, followed by the Greeks, who are just about to win the gold medal, followed by the Japanese. So we see the boats crossing the finish line. One thing we do know...
Κυρίες και κύριοι, είμαστε έτοιμοι να επιστρέψουμε στο σεμινάριο.
Let's start, Neven.
Okay, thank you. So we have a definition, first of all, what support person is. And it is in the definition part, and that didn't much change, but provides or may provide physical or advisory support to a competitor. Could be coach, could be a trainer, manager, medic, paramedic, any other person working with, even one that is ferrying the boat, treating or assisting a competitor in the preparing of the competition, the boat itself, everything. Or the B would say in the definition, it is the parent or guardian of a competitor. All right. So the changes that were introduced after that part was printed are here, like in definition, change party. So party definition has changed. The original bit was just until here, until 60.3D. And then included all the rest, or 69. So the support person may be subject to a hearing under Rule 60.3D, which is the protest committee right to act against the support person, which is in the rule book. Plus 69, that could be also involved, which will be talked later. Any boat that person supports, so that's a person connected to that support person, the boat, is also a party. A person appointed to present an allegation under Rule 60.3D, which speaks that a person that presents it, jury may decide that uses a person to present allegation against the support person, would be also a party. So that bit is a change. Let me see what I want to more say to you.
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
When we register, we register as coaches and also the team leader, if he's existing. Of course, in the Olympics, everyone is registered and we know his identity and his role. But in other events, all the support person is not registered, and then you cannot really prove that this guy is a support person. Then you need an investigation to really, confirm that this guy works with his team. So it's very subjective.
Absolutely. That's why the juries are very careful with that, and they would need. That's why this investigator itself is introduced. Let me see if I can find.
So why not just to simply register all the people prior to the event, and people who are not registered, they cannot be in the surrounding area of the, you know.
Yeah, it could be potentially a solution, but you imagine the administration around it. So you would then what? Register every parent and every support personnel, possibly. Well, at the Olympics, it's very easy because you have accreditation system, but not every event has accreditation system. And that's why in the rules itself is, I think, built this principle of potentially doing an investigation. So I recently had an interesting incident I heard of, happened in nearby city next to mine at an event where a parent was unhappy about performance of his child in a way. But what parent noticed is that team from another club was fighting physically with the team of club that he is coming from. So as you say, it's very difficult to understand who is who there. So that parent was coming to the jury and was saying, why do you not intervene where you see that these kids are fighting each other from the other club? And even more than, he was even coming to his own coach that was one of these two clubs. And he said, because that parent occupies a position in that club that is, I don't know, in the board or something. And then he said, you will be fired because you didn't do that or something else. So in those cases, very delicate, a jury needs to make an investigation when there is a report. A report should be from someone that this incident happened. And I'm not sure, Andras, if it is possible all the time to register all these people in an event, especially with the Optimist class. So at the moment, we have only this instrument that we can investigate the behavior and we identify who he is, and then we start our procedures. That's what we have at the moment. So if we go to the rule, let me see which one I want to show. No, I will close some of those. So if we go to 60.3D, it's all in the protest committee's hands. Call a hearing to consider whether a support person has broken a rule based on its own observation or information received from any source, including evidence taken during a hearing. So this is our only tool that we can actually regulate these things. But if we go back to definition of who the support person is, we could not do anything better than we have it so far. And this is what we listed as in a definition. This is for sure, parent or guardian, or provides physical advisory support at all what is listed here. So no jurisdiction over these guys. So whether we can list them all, Andras, I'm not sure, potentially, but I think it's a hell of a job for the organizing authority, especially in the smaller club, like the next door club that had this incident the other day. By the way, nothing happened on that regatta at all. It was actually a good opportunity in my mind to deal with it and to give an example what would have been the case, because the threat and in the public to the coach and to the jury should not be acceptable. Anyway, that's our reality at the moment. So then we had also some changes but the little changes in 63.1. What are the requirements for the hearing? when we have involved support persons, a boat competitor shall not be penalized without a protest hearing, except as provided. So 64.4 deals with the support persons and the consequences of breach of the support person, because the competitor himself can be penalized because of the wrongdoings of the support person. And then we have a completely new rule added as well, the beginning of that quadriennial, is that hearings under Rule 62 support person, if the protest committee decides to call a hearing under these rules, it shall promptly follow the procedures listed in all these, except that information given to the parties shall be details of the alleged breach, and the person may be appointed by the protest committee to present the allegation. This is why we need that investigation thing to find out who the person is and what is the allegation. And then that person actually presents the allegation to the parties, and juries then as an independent body to decide about it. Decision concerning support persons, that rule was also changed. So when the protest committee decides that the support person who is a party to hearing under Rule 63.8, that's a right of protest committee to initiate it, or 69, which is again the right of the protest committee, it may issue a warning. So these are exclude the person from the event and venue privileges to or the benefits. Usually, as you say, at the Olympics and where the accreditation system exists, there is some measures with the accreditation, and the other action within jurisdiction is provided by the rules. And there is another, and that bit I think I would discuss a little bit more later on. The protest committee may also penalize a boat that is a party to a hearing. So it's a consequence of someone else's breach that may affect the competitor by changing the boat score. So the boat score could be changed by those actions, including the SQ, when the protest committee decides that what? A boat may have gained a competitive advantage of this help of support person, or the support person committed a further breach. That second B2 would suggest that the jury would not potentially go into the immediate sanction against the competitor, but it would suggest a competitor that the further breach of the support person would end up in the penalty. So this would be rather the case, because many times the support personnel breaches are of minor consequences, like crossing the area of with the boats, support boats, and that do not actually influence the game as it is written here in this 64.4b1, where the boat could gain an advantage because of that behavior, and that's mostly the case. I don't remember that any of the support person was penalized so hardly, and that the competitor actually suffered the disqualification. But within the rules, we have that provision. So there is another interesting point in this, and it is Rule 3, for example. What is the by the acceptance of the rule deals with the support person. So it is 3.1b saying a support person, by providing support of parent or guardian by permitting their child to enter the race, agrees to accept the rules. All right. And then you have 3.2 saying each competitor and boat owner agrees on behalf of their support persons that such support persons are bound by the rules. So it felt very important, actually, that whenever the support person is alleged to break a rule, that also because of this bit of the rule 3.2, that the sailor himself competitor himself should be a party to a hearing. So there would be no hearing with a support person without the party as well, a competitor that support person is connected with. So we cannot call a coach and give him any kind of penalties or hear him at all without the presence of his sailor. I think that's clear enough, I hope. Each competitor and the boat owner agrees on behalf of their support, but such support persons are bound by the rules. All right. Okay, and then so it is interesting that for youth competitors, who must then make their parents aware of it. So funny. So which rules actually then all the support persons are bound by? What we think about it, it's all the rules that we use. It's notice of phrase, right? It's sailing instructions, it's class rules. It is support team regulations. Many times we have support team regulations, especially in the high level events like it is Olympics or something like that. And all the rules that are connected with misconduct and 69er, for example. So how the race protest committee would then call a hearing? In that particular case that I just mentioned before, if someone was a witness of that yelling against the coach by some parent, a single person could come to the protest committee and just say verbally, well, that and that happened, and that would be enough for a protest committee to react and investigate and appoint a person to investigate the case and lodge an allegation against the support person, right? And that information could come from any source of the misbehaving or the support person. It could be even, as you can remember before, invalid protest should not be a source for initiating the case, but not in those cases here. It could be from any source, including evidence taken during a hearing. So during a hearing, a protest committee can become aware that the support person might have done something, and from that very information, the protest committee has liberty to start an investigation and call hearing under this rule. And then I would underline again that the breach of any of these support person does not automatically lead to a penalty to the boat, but would rather come into a sort of warning and saying next time the further breach would then be subject to a penalty against the boat, and the boat himself, being a party to the hearing, will be informed about it. If the party is not there, if he is not present, then he will be informed about it in writing. So how let's say it happens in the hearing. So in the hearing, the protest committee learns that there is a breach by support person. Then the protest committee should identify that boats that are connected to that support person, and needs to notify the support person and present a statement of allegations to that person. And then, of course, this notice to start that hearing should be posted on the notice board, similar as it would be for the regular protests and the regular requests for redress and all other stuff. And all the boats that are parties needs to be permitted and informed properly to attend that hearing, especially the boats, not especially, but boats that are by definition parties, as we said before. And of course, after all this, that decision of that hearing, all these parties inside that hearing would be allowed to make an appeal on that decision as well. Support persons can be also subject to a 69 just a misconduct. We were talking, let's say, the breaches of some of the part of the rules, like notice of phrase or coaches regulation, which would say you should not park your boat here, your berth should be there, you should not cross the racing area after start, or whatever sailing instruction would say. So these allegations could be a lighter breaches, but some could be of greater importance and then could fall into misconduct. So of course the protest committee can start an investigation under those rules against the support person. And again, I would say that the support person would be then treated as it would be any other in the 69 rule allegations. And this allegation should state, as it would be in the 69er misconduct allegation, similarly, that first of all, protest committee will appoint a person to present those allegations, investigator and presenter, and would follow the normal procedure in the protest hearing. Like is any validity of that one will not be applicable. It's not the same as in 63.5, where the validity would be just not addressed the same way. What would be the penalties that can be given for the protest, for the support persons in breaches? I think it could be a warning, right? That most of the time happens because I usually find coaches behaving. It could be excluding that person from event or venue, or remove privileges, like, I mean, in a sailing Olympics or well-organized world championships where the accreditation system is in place, then it would be easier, but not in minor events. So it could be that that the person is not allowed to go on the water, or some other measures, and those should be under the rules and the protest committees. There is also some, as I said before, in the jury policies, you can find in that document there are DPIs that may apply for those as well, and it could be stipulated that discretionary penalties will be applied to coaches as well. So these are not that severe penalties then to the competitor that is under support person care, because we are still at the first stage. But if that in breach is repeated, then it is a risk, and support person is warned that the next one would lead to a penalty to the competitor. Okay. Any questions of your own experience to that? Of course, the worry is whether by the action, if it is a giving advice or helping during the race and stuff, it could be that by that action, the competitor has gained extra advantage, competitive advantage because of and then it's up to the jury to decide whether that breach would be enough to penalize even competitor and make. So what the penalty could be? The penalty could be anything that the protest committee decides that has under its jurisdiction, up to the disqualification of the boat, removing the result from the boat. So the support person that commits a further breach after the protest committee warned the boat in writing, that should be in writing, following a previous hearing, that a penalty may be imposed, then that could be a more severe penalty. Okay, let me see my notes if I have any other. Okay, now go ahead.
Stavros wrote something.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that.
Not yet. Good, thank you. Okay, the question is, the coach breaks a rule. The SI states that breaches of a rule by a support person result in a 2-point direct penalty to the boats being supported. The race committee, the PC, calls a hearing and directly gives 2 points penalty to all the competitors connected to the support person. Is that allowed by the rules, as it is not the procedure mentioned in the Racing Rules Committee? Yeah, but there is nowhere written to the 64 cannot be changed by the sailing instruction. That's correct. You can do that. I would not argue that it is possibility, but it is rather harsh, isn't it? What do you think? Stavros, can you speak?
Yes, I think it's harsh too, but it can happen actually.
Yeah, have you been to an event where this was actually practiced?
No, just theoretical.
Article.
It's theoretical.
Ah, you think one of the sailing instructions? You've seen that sailing instruction?
No, it's a theoretical question.
Ah, it's a theoretical question. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you know, you can change that rule because it is allowed. But, well, let me see if it is allowed. 64. Be careful with these things because nowadays, yeah, 63.4 is not allowed to be changed and 64 is allowed to be changed. Yeah, exactly. So you can do that, but I don't know whether that would be very popular. Maybe that would be answer to a Cosmatopoulos idea that would be prevention from the personnel to sort of in advance, so getting rid of unnecessary long hearings, correct? Because if we go the way that the rule book is actually prescribing, it could be a lengthy process. I've been to a few of these hearings with the support persons, and it's never too short. It's never short, and it involves the writing stuff. You need to write the letter to allege the support person breach, and then you need to schedule the hearing, and that would imply more time. Then you have persons and parties that are involved, and you need to put in writing that you are penalizing a person by some DPI or whatever is the measure would be removing it from the race course or removing some privileges, with warning in writing to the competitor connected to that gentleman or lady that next breach would be. So it takes a little bit of time. So this fix that you say is actually possible, but we'll see. Let's see what time will tell whether this would be a practice. I haven't come across yet of that measure. Perhaps in the lower graded event where we can maybe be a sort of protective warning, and that people will stay calm and do not go there. What I don't know whether you would support it, Stavros, yourself, how you feel it. I just worry that.
For me, I think it's a little bit unfair to the sailors to actually penalize them directly for a fault of the support person. I don't know your opinion.
My opinion is that I would try to avoid always to be harsh to competitor because someone else's fault. I understand that the rule is saying that the competitor himself is responsible in a way because the rule, acceptance of the rule number 3.2 is actually saying that on behalf. Competitor is actually, by participating in a race, is on behalf of support person responsible that the support person is following the rule. I know all that, but still I would be reluctant to allow direct and penalty to the competitor. Maybe it could be a somehow halfway house in a way to allow to withdraw some privileges of support person if to build in the sailing instruction before the direct penalty would be applied. But that's a possibility. So, I mean, if you have a competitor that is responsible for doings of his own support person, that is also a possibility. I don't know how other people feel about it. What would coaches like? Would coaches actually would like it? Kosmatopoulos, what would you think about this? What would it help?
I think it has to be a hearing and a warning, and not to penalize the sailors at once. And the warning, I mean, for the coach can be also a penalty to the coach. Like most common I've seen is that they don't allow him to sail to go on the water the next day or the next two races or the first race of the day. And I think it's quite enough, because then the coach knows that if he will do the same, then the sailors will get points. So I think, yeah, it's better not to penalize at the first mistake the sailors.
Yeah.
But you can penalize the support person, you know.
Yeah, thank you for opinion. I mean, that's why the rule wasn't easy to be written down. I think the authors of the rule have quite a lot of struggle because of these principles, because nobody actually wants this to be consequential to the competitors themselves. So it was not easy rule to write. And that's why this inbuilt, as you can see from here, I would say the philosophy of that rule, if we go to 64.4, it actually directs us into the philosophy of the rule that we would love to have sort of step before we going further on. And you see what the rule 64.4b2 says, a further bridge. So it's already in the rule. So no, if you take a coach off the course, you are actually again penalizing the sailor, because sailor will not just be taken away from the advice of the coach, but would be physically disadvantaged in a way that will not be supported by even bringing him lunch or water or something essential, right? So for comparing to the rest of the competitors. So it is not very popular to do it. Okay, let's move on. And if this is a misconduct of support person, she could be prosecuted under 69 as well, and could be brought to justice by the protest committee. And when that happens, and again, if the support person is brought in front of the jury under misconduct rule, then again his sailor would be as well a party to that hearing. That's what I believe. Let me see if I have any other notes for this. Did anybody of you had any issues on your own with as a support? I hope not. We have a document here. I can maybe show you. Misconduct guidance. I don't know how many pages the rule book has, probably 180, but only misconduct guidance that you can find on the website of World Sailing has something like 56 pages. And perhaps it's something that coaches need to, I don't know whether you're aware of it or not. It builds up after we change that rule and introduce principles in it. So that document is very useful to go through and see all the aspects and possibilities what actually can happen. So you see, there's plenty of appendices and addresses, youth and juniors model. So it helps equally. I mean, it primarily is addressed to judges, how they should proceed, because they need to protect many things and individualities and human rights and rules and all stuff. But it also helps coaches. I think coaches should be aware of this document and go through it, not to fall into problems with them. So it is quite a long document. It has, I think, something like 61 pages. So I would advise you to read it. Where you can find it is here. Let me see. Oh, where's my... I think it's on this list. This is under judges. Let me just be sure. I'm not sure if it's manual misconduct guidance. So you just go to International Judges Document Library. So it is here, Documents Library. Click on that, and then you will find all these documents that judges are. There's all public. It's nothing secret. And I think it could be learned a lot, even for the coaches. And that one would be something to learn from. Of course, it would be nice if we have time to go through all the single details together, but absolutely not possible with the time frame we have. So I will just point out that this would be something that this is the one, right? This is the one that you would be advised to address. And it was in June 2017 it was issued. And we judges, when we have this problem with 69, and we just go through it very carefully, because of course there may be appeal, there may be lots of issues that are maybe a little bit more into the law. It would be good to have a lawyer on the hearing than just judges, and it's troublesome somehow. All right, so we can sum up all this together, saying that the protest committee may call a hearing with a support person. That's first thing. This can be a result of something the protest committee saw. So protest committee had seen something, and then all was reported to be to that protest committee, to them, or it came from the hearing evidence in the hearing itself. So these are the sources how the committee could get known that incident happened. So then the third thing is both the support person and the boats he or she supports are parties to the hearing. So all those guys that are involved, it's not just a support person, it is also those people that are under his or her care. Protest committee would prudently appoint then a person to present the case that would then give the allegation and explain what it's all about and stay out of it and be independent. All parties may attend the hearing. That's another thing. It should be through the hearing all the present. And all the normal protest hearing procedures will be followed, although validity does not matter because it is initiated by protest committee. So if it is by protest committee is putting rule in place. So it is not, nobody can argue validity of that, because validity is not addressed at all, because that's a power of the protest committee. Actually, a duty of the protest committee to protect the fairness of the competition. And in the case, as I described before, it is on the protest committee conscious whether they should have reacted or not if something that blatantly happened on the race course. because if the sport is put into disrepute, then who else is to react but protest committee? Okay, a protest committee, of course, then can impose a penalty only on the support person at the initial hearing, unless other conditions are met, which are in the 64.4(1)(b), whether that it's obvious that with that action of the support person there is an advantage that has been achieved by tactical or competitive advantage that was achieved by the sailor. Then it could be penalty immediately to the sailor. All right. Thank you very much. I have no more to add about the support person. Let me see if I have anything else to say. I think that's fine for me. I have no more notes. If you have anything, we will continue with the 69er. So, of course, you are all familiar with 69er cases in your careers. Until, there are some questions. Okay, could a parent escape a penalty by claiming he didn't know the rules? Could that claim lead to a penalty to the boat under Rule 3.2 or 3.3d because the competitor didn't ensure that this support person is aware of the rules? Yeah, it's a good question. I doubt that this could be avoided. Because I hope you all see this question. The parent would be then probably dealt with as a first step and would be warned, and later on that competitor would be prosecuted. I mean, would be depends what about the minors, because somebody then the minor is represented by that gentleman. If the guy is not minor, then it's easy, but if it is minor, then it is the parent himself that is responsible, so he cannot escape the responsibility himself. That would be my guess or answer to that question. Would that be okay, Mirto? Right? Who's the questioner?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Any other? Let's see more. All right. Now we move on to the misconduct. We have two things. We were thinking you can maybe distinguish something that is what is misconduct or fair sailing. Sometimes we have two options to deal with something under Rule 2, which is fair play, fair sailing, and misconduct. So sometimes we need to make a differential between the two. So some things can be dealt with the fair play rule, right? Like Rule 2. We always cite this Rule 2 as a potential problem among the competitors. So what Rule 2 would mean? What kind of breaches we are talking about? What would be unfair? And if somebody is knowingly breaking a rule, that would be a and then not taking a penalty. Those are two things, right? You knowingly break a rule, so you have something in your mind that you would profit from it, and then you are not even taking penalty. So if you know that you break a rule, you would take a penalty. If you know that you break a rule, and then you don't take penalty, and then you actually want to profit from it and say you know to break a rule and you break it on purpose, that would be a little bit harder, right? So that's something that goes into the fairness. But if you break a rule and you don't know that you break a rule, like we had a question before, well, why would you still take a penalty that you think you might have break a rule? Or you think, well, I should be excused from breaking a rule because I was forced or compelled to take it, to break it, but then I will still, for safety, I will take my penalty. So you might not have been in an area where you are certain, so you take your turn, that's fine, and everybody will take. But if you know you break a rule, and then you break a professional foul sort of environment where the people in the professional sport would break the rule deliberately because they know that the gain by breaking it would be such that it will put you ahead of the other boat, which would be one of the cases I discussed before with the rule 2, when someone deliberately is OCS and then after start goes, then it just barges in and sits on the other guy, and that would be something gross and would end up perhaps in 69, and that we are now going to talk about. Is it Kostas?
Yes. We need to go for a break.
Yeah, okay.
Is it okay with you?
Yeah, fine.
Okay, let's go for a break.
Yeah, thank you.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, και τώρα θα περάσουμε σε ένα 10λεπτό διάλειμμα. Οι Duo Violins έχουν εθελοντική συνεργασία με την Ομοσπονδία και συμμετείχαν στις τελετές έναρξης και λήξης του Ευρωπαϊκού Πρωταθλήματος FIN, το οποίο έγινε στο Athens International Sailing Center. Οι καλλιτέχνες συνδέουν άψογα τη μουσική με τη θάλασσα. Και τώρα θα παρακολουθήσουμε πλάνα από το Ευρωπαϊκό Πρωτάθλημα Tornado του 2019 που έλαβε χώρα στην Ιταλία.
Expected some short period of time for the win. And yeah, we're really curious to get out and get some better places and have no problems. And now we're ready for racing and good racing with all.
Yeah, so they told us we had a very short window to get out there and get going today. So we haven't got time for this. We need to go. Let's go now.
Everything good. A little bit hard weather today and the finger is gone. A little part, but it's okay. I will fix it. Thank you.
So, today was very strong wind and we had our boat in good condition and we race on good places. It's a success for us because we never racing in this wind. Everything is good. Everything was good. Yeah, perfect.
Today was a perfect sailing day. We had the really nice conditions with winds from probably 8 to sometimes 18 knots. This is a typical sea breeze for the race.
Yeah, we're really happy with the results since we tried our best. The weather was really nice, the conditions were fine. We were a bit light, like we weren't that heavy as a crew, but overall we did our best and it turned out to be a great day.
Today was a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Βλέπουμε και στην πρώτη και τρίτη θέση ελληνικά πληρώματα, Ιορδάνης Πασχαλίδης, Στέφανος Παπάς και τρίτη θέση ο Νικόλας Μαύρος με τον Περικλή Αηδινίδη. Και τώρα θα απολαύσουμε πλάνα από το νέο τύπο σκάφους IQ Foil. Κυρίες και κύριοι, είμαστε έτοιμοι να επιστρέψουμε στο σεμινάριο.
You can start, Neven.
Yeah, thank you. So, so when we are worried about this fair play sailing, it's, for example, if someone is hindering another boat that is not connected to benefit his own result series, correct? So we've spoken about that a lot. So that could be one of the examples, apart from knowingly breaking a rule and what I said before, the break. Maybe the misleading a boat deliberately as well could be a case, or upsetting a competitor by using words that are unacceptably insulting, for example, religiously or culturally or state of mind or something similar. It can be considered as unfair. So then we may act. When we go to a Rule 69er case, and when someone protests or wants to, it's not actually a protest, isn't it? It is actually a procedural matter. It mostly it's designed, especially now with the new rule structures, with this new book, is to meet the standards of other sport bodies and International Court of Arbitration or International Olympic Committee. So that's how the 69er is completely now is rewritten and standardized. And no surprise why you have a big document like this one, misconduct guide, that would maybe, it is big enough that frightens you enough not to even think about committing this breach. Okay, it is misconduct rule does not actually addresses the boat, because when we talk about fair sailing, and then let's say all these things I said about fair sailing, it's you go and penalize the boat, and boat could be penalized by disqualification or DNE even for fair sailing. Nowadays we have two possibilities, DSQ and DNE. The next rule book will come back only to DNE version for fair sailing rule 2, for your information. But misconduct is a behavior. It's about how the person behaves, and that's what it is addressed, not a boat. But the boat could be penalized. That's interesting, isn't it? And so 69 couldn't be broken by a competitor, a boat owner, or, as we said before in the previous session, support person. And if a competitor is sort of upset about the behavior of another fellow competitor, and he just writes the form of the protest and puts 69 on it as a number, and write something about it, incidents and so on. So for the jury, that paper, yeah, it says protest up, but that paper would be actually a report that would trigger the investigation by the jury. Because that report that comes to the protest committee's attention could be verbal, does not need to be in writing, and could be also from a party that has a conflict of interest. Let's say a parent, like in Mike's case described that happened in the other club. It is another parent that reports another parent of his misbehavior. So, and it doesn't need to be in writing. It just needs to be addressed and brought up to the attention of the jury. And then the jury decides what's going to do with it. But it is relatively easy. So that parent obviously has a conflict of interest because it is protecting his child and has brought an alleged breach of another parent. So it is sort of kind of internal fight. It's all conflict of interest. But then still the jury, the protest committee, has its power to investigate and deal with it. So could be any other form, could be a videotape, could be evidence in a hearing, as we said before. But it could be only a jury member. Jury member have seen that incident, and jury member reports that back to its protest committee. And then the protest committee appoints someone, and then off we go. So, well, once the protest committee has received that report is up to them to decide whether they will be calling a hearing or not. So if it needs more information to decide, then it would be wise to appoint an investigator. And the jury would appoint an investigator, usually that would be capable enough of some diplomacy and credibility and judicial ability to investigate the whole case. What that person brings back after that investigation to the jury would be something jury decides whether they will proceed or they will not proceed. Those investigators are not part of the jury. They will be outside of it. All the informations that are collected by that protest committee, if there is a hearing, all the parties needs to know about. So the parties needs to be informed duly about all these allegations that are against them so they can prepare their defense. Of course, you can't, for example, appoint an investigator, another parent, because that would be potentially a conflict of interest. So it needs to be a careful dealing with who actually could be a. I remember a case last time we had a case in one of the World Championships when we asked a president of the class to investigate certain behavior, and we found him as a suitable person to do it. But never materialized actually, but we did some investigation. The investigation can go on and carry on, and jury may decide not to proceed because the accusations might have been considered as not serious or not relevant, and then protest committee can stop it and close the further action. But it can go on depending on the allegations and the facts found and the report from that investigator. So it is always better to choose for an investigator someone with experience, and also I would say someone who can calm down the parties if there is a heated discussion or something around the boat course. It is maybe better to calm down everything in order not to escalate the whole stuff too much. So of course, once it comes to the decision to call a hearing, then all this what investigator has found should be presented to all the parties, and then the parties will be called. How we proceed then? Once the jury decides, there is a ground here, we will proceed in a way that the jury would write down a letter to that party that is alleged to be broken, to be in the breach of misconduct, and would be said on that letter where and when the hearing will be, and that party is allowed to bring his representative and advisor. So he could be that he needs advice because it's a so sensible matter. So you can end up with having a party that is with three people, one party. protest committee would be then whatever. It should be 3 people minimum. So there's a minimum number of 3 people that could carry on that kind of hearings. After that, the normal procedure will be done, like it would be as if it is Rule 10 or anything else. Just normal procedure. All the parties will be given chance to speak, and they would be questioned, and after that they will be released, and then they will be later on, after deliberation of the jury, be given a decision. So it is usual thing. Even a very important thing is that it's very sensitive thing, so the protest committees will be very careful with that, and they would not put themselves into the problem like that they would risk with being called as caught up with a conflict of interest, for example. So, but that's one of the things that they would avoid, and they would give chance to the party to object whether any member of those guys that are listening the case have a conflict of interest. Of course, the formality will be maintained, so that's what the sailor and alleged person should expect to happen. What could be the result of the hearing? First of all, before that result comes out, it is, as you remember, I was talking about with the protests, when we have conflict, we have a rule breach. How the protest committee decides? Protest committee decides on the what I said most probably happen, right? So it is a principle of balance of probability. So you've taken all the facts together that you collected in that room, and then you say, well, this is most probably. So balance of probabilities that something happened would be detrimental for reaching a decision. Enough, I would say, right? But for this kind of things, it would be a little bit more than just balance of probabilities. For example, if you go with the rule 2, you need to be actually clearly established. The rule itself, rule 2 says clearly established that the rule is broken. But when we come to the rule 10, for example, or 11 or something, then we need a lower sort of certainty of what happened, balance of probabilities. But if we go to the behavior, misconduct, then we need a little bit higher level of proof, which would be, and they say, and the rule says it is comfortable satisfaction of the protest committee. So comfortable satisfaction is a term that you can find in the cases inside. What does it exactly mean and how it goes? But it is certainly a little bit more than just most probably they were fighting. That would not be enough. We need to establish with a comfortable satisfaction that this behavior occurred in order to proceed and then come to result of the hearing that would be a sanction, right? If you want, you suggest you can go and read case 122.
Stavros has a question.
Okay, let's see. You are my angel savior. Yeah, a person can choose whether she wants or not attend, like it would be in any other hearing, and send a representative. That's her right. I think there is no burden on that. But I always want to open the book when I have a question. Yeah, that's how I would say it. Person's right is to have an advisor And person has a right to have a representative, and it is her to choose which way she goes. Sometimes may happen that the person is not present. Let me see what the rule exactly says. If the protest committee decides to call a hearing, it shall promptly inform the person in writing of the alleged breach, and if the time and place of hearings, and follow the procedures in all those rules. Fine. Unless a person has been appointed by World Sailing, which is a case in the highly profiled events where actually there is appointed investigator by the World Sailing. And then a person against whom an allegation has been made under this rule shall be entitled to have an advisor and a representative with him who may act on his behalf. If the person is unable to attend the hearing and provides good reason, the protest committee shall reschedule it. Or does not provide good reason and does not come to it, the protest committee may conduct it without the person present. So Stavros asked a question, answer to the question is 69.2 F2, right? So the person can, if does not provide good reason not to attend, and jury can still go on, and person can also, in that light, I interpret this rule, can send a representative not turn up itself, because that's his decision and the right according to this 69 to F2. Thank you for the question. I think it's a good one.
Neven, another question.
Go ahead.
Let's suppose that while on the duration of the event, there is a, let's say, bad language or insulting behavior, not in the boatyard that can be seen by, let's say, 10 people, but by a message, let's say in social media, that can see 8,000 people, or by a private SMS. Can this be used as an evidence?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is up to the protest committee to decide what impact that behavior had. And of course, in the modern technological times, we know how it may impact. So without this technology, I think before, it was this way. The further away from the location of that misbehaving, because it could be that some sailors get drunk, right, in the neighboring city to the event. And if we can get that misconduct in connection, the public would know that those are the sailors of that event and that they brought that event and the sailing itself into disrepute. That would be then a potential case for misconduct, right? But now with this media stuff, you're dead right. If something goes viral, I think that the protest committee would be prudent to address it, because it is becoming wider and it is becoming, and they have a difficult task, the protest committee, to establish whether that thing actually got an impact on the sport itself. And I would think, if I'm on that jury, I would think that this is serious and that would be something to consider very, very profoundly, and not to let it go further than that. Because nowadays it's quite a bit, I don't know, it happened? Or is it just your thinking?
No, it's just my imagination, but it might happen in the future.
Yeah, it may happen, and I think it is something that goes into the category where we would, in initiate the investigation and the hearing later if that person has brought the sport into disrepute. And, you know, previously, because of this media, we were not that interconnected and networked like today with the modern technology. So the further away from the venue, the less connection you could find. So you were safer in a way. But nowadays, that distance, physical, actually it's meaningless because we are all here like we are now. You are in Greece, I'm here in Croatia. Many people are watching this. So we are all, you know, we better watch what we say and how we are. So we may bring our sport in disrepute with the behavior if that jury or protest committee connects it and say, well, that's not good example when we won't eradicate it. Okay. Next one is a question. Can a person deny to be present? Yeah, that's also. We had an incident this year in the Opti World Championship where a team made damage in the hotel and were called by the jury for misconduct. Yeah, Jonas, can you talk more about it?
Yes, hi to everyone.
Yeah, hello.
No, we had, there was an incident where I don't want to mention the country, one team made some damage in the hotels. Yeah. Made some damage in the hotel and they were called by the jury for misconduct behavior on the afternoon. And the hotel took it back a bit so the kids wouldn't be penalized. But otherwise, if the hotel would press, the whole team would be penalized by the jury.
Yeah, it all depends. You know, it can go down to the just because it is outside the venue. So it could be that it comes.
Yeah, but in the Optis, the hotels are part of the venue.
Yeah, that's what I was. You're absolutely right. So
the organizers provide the hotel, so
in some cases, as an optimist, everything is sort of integrated inside. So it can come down that they would settle their disputes and make a damage, settle and stuff like that. But the behavior itself, first, because there are kids, should be perhaps sanctioned adequately, because juries usually don't want kids to carry on with the bad curriculum for nonsense, because it is something that, it's beyond their it's an age that would be somehow protected. That's first thing. And the second thing is whether this behavior itself spill over and that the public also would say and criticize, look, those guys, how they behave, they do not deserve. This is then would is this the sport that teaches them how, that this is a behavior? Then the jury would be very hard to that. So lucky those guys that the hotel didn't want to insist, right? So what hotel did?
Χρήστο, δεν σε ακούσαμε.
Κάτι το μικρόφωνο. They paid for the damages and that.
So they calmed down everything. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's up to the protest committee. If the report was brought to the protest committee, even if the hotel wanted to sort of calm it down and make it just by money, the protest committee still have chance.
Yeah.
Act on its own and say, you may be happy, you got your money, but we are not happy with our sport, how it behaves, and we want to sanction it. You see what I mean? So it is on the protest committee's behalf to do it, to sanction it, if they wish so, if they found it reasonable. That is a good reason for that. So there is a possibility. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any else? Nothing? Okay. Right, so what then result could be of this hearing? Penalty may be applied to a boat, as I said before, and to the person itself, and then the boat also. And that goes together with the support person and the boat and the consequently the competitor himself, if it is a support person involved. Well, it may dismiss, it could be heard, and then say issue warning sometimes. And that warning, it's important if you want to remember, is that warning only under 69er would be enough for a potential seeking for redress. It's not just a penalty under a warning under Rule 69. It qualifies for this asking for redress under 62.1. It was previously, I think, asked or mentioned by some of you guys. Adriana, I think, was not sure. Anyway, so but that warning is a penalty enough for potential redress case as well. Could be also that the result is a disqualification, D&E. Change a score of the boat to D&E, for example. And the penalty for the support person would be like it is listed in 64.4, as we addressed it before. All right? Well, the penalty may be something other than exclusion or disqualification, or the penalty can be, the practice committee can wish to apply to some other event, but it is really open to the protest committee to decide which way it wants to go. Depends on the gravity of the allegation and the facts found. It is important that the jury will probably do his job in advising if it dismisses a case. It will be given probably a good advice, because the Rule 69 is casting a doubt on a person, and if the case is dismissed, because what I want to say is, let's say we all start investigation. I'm sorry. The whole investigation is done, the whole hearing is done, and then the result of it is nothing, balloon. So if it is dismissed, that person should be assured that it is completely cleared of it, that there is no tail behind it or consequences. There will be no casting doubts about the person just because she was or he involved in the hearing itself. Once decision has been made, warning will stay where it is. But if the decision is that is bigger than one D&E, what the rule says, and a person is excluded from the events or the further events, if it is qualifier, for example, could be qualifier, right? So qualifier for the next one, so you are excluded from being accepted for the final, or anything other, or if the jury or protest committee, even if issues of warning, depending on the case itself, could report that finding to the M&A, competitors M&A, not an M&A of the venue, to the M&As of the competitor, because that hearing was primarily to the person, right? That hearing was done, it's an allegation on person. So that would be then to the M&As of a competitor to deal with. So to repeat, if more than one D&E or warning only, the jury shall report decision, or even everything if it considers appropriate. I mean, more than D&E, or it's excluded fully from the event, or further events that are in the circuit or similar. So for any of these, if the protest committee considers appropriate, even for the warning and even for the one D&E, they can do it. But for the D&E, more than one D&E, and if it is a person excluded, it shall be then reported to the M&A of the competitor. And what happens then? Then happens up to the M&A. M&As need to have in their own regulations how they proceed. They would usually have a disciplinary regulations that would that behavior dealt with, and they could probably have some further penalties, or they will have their own additional investigation, and that will be it. Is in Greece something provided for? Do you have your extra disciplinary actions provided for such reports? Anybody can say? No? And I mean, must have been in disciplinary procedures that this would be probably provided, but okay, if you don't know, if you're not aware, it's not. But that's a real danger and possibility. And what I can share with you, just a brief. I hope I have it here. Yeah. Okay. So this preview, so Rule 69 as a sort of like what I try to tell you all together how it works. So an allegation of a breach of Rule 69 is received. So this is on the top, procedurally, so that you are aware of it. So do the protest committee need more information? If it is yes, then the protest committee will appoint investigator. If they don't need, then we go with this one, no, and then it can decide whether or not to call a hearing directly without the investigator. But usually we do that. So we have that loop. Investigator comes in, meets the parties, gathers all information, gives it back to the protest committee, and then protest committee has this balloon here to decide, this is grave enough, we will decide going or not. So if they do not want to go, then case is closed. So these are the steps, sort of. And then if the protest committee yes say, well, that's significant, then we go. The protest committee scheduled the hearing and informed the party of the allegations. We said how, it's in writing and all this stuff. So hearing is held under all these rules that are here, okay? And then decision is made, and we already discussed the standard of proof, satisfaction of the, did the party commit misconduct or not? And if we are not satisfied that the misconduct is not committed, then allegations are dismissed and the case is closed. And then after all this, and the speciality with the support person. So if it, yes, that's misconduct, then if it was a party to a support person, penalties goes under the 64.4 listed, as you know, because the penalty can be given to the third person, right? That has nothing to do with it, which is the sailor, and on the person under its care, or the son or daughter, or if it is somebody, doctor, or anyway. So that's then the case. Or if not, if it is just a competitor or owner of the boat, then penalty is at discretion of the protest committee. And if it is, like I said before, more than one D&E or person excluded from the event, the PC shall report to M&A and so forth. If it is the event of the great importance, like World Sailing events, like World Cup or something, then the report goes to the World Sailing. And what is the potential action of the World Sailing after that happens is that it's further investigated and eligibility is at risk. So it could be then that that eligibility of that person would later be scrutinized and put in danger and probably act against, who knows what could go, which way it could go. Okay. Are they having any further questions? Let me see my notes if I have anything more to add. Okay, if not, we move on to our next topic, which is appeals. Any decision of the protest committee that is not constituted according to Appendix November, and this is when international jury is appointed. International jury is dealt with in the Appendix November that says how many people minimum, how many nationalities, and how many qualifications, like 3 international judges, minimum, maximum 2 people per nation, and minimum 5 people should be composed of as an international jury. That jury would be then unappealable. So that jury would usually say at the beginning, not usually, it's bound to say by our rules to the parties that the appeal is denied because the international jury decision is non-appealable. All the rest, protest committees in all our normal national events are subject to appeal. And this is contrary to many other rules. That rule cannot be changed. So it is Rule 70. There are some cases where the appeal actually can be denied. And I will look at the rule and repeat it for you. So the appeal is denied when we have an international jury composed, or if it is essential to determine promptly the result of a race that will qualify a boat to compete in a later stage of an event or subsequent event, a national authority may prescribe that this approval is required for such procedures. To my knowledge, many of national authorities actually do not prescribe anything to that provision. It is 70.5a. Let me open the rules. Okay, so this is 70.5. It is essential to determine promptly the result of a race that will qualify a boat to compete in a later stage of an event or a subsequent event. Then a right to appeal could be denied, and that should be in the notice of race. Let me see. Sailing instructions. If the notice of race and the sailing instructions so state. Some national authorities may prescribe this. I don't remember that Greece has any of these, maybe, I'm not sure, but those prescriptions that would require so would be published on the World Sailing site. Anyway, so I found not many national authorities require that. So it is up to the type of event. For example, you have an event where you have a series of qualifiers that would extract each time somebody for the final event, then a sailing instruction can prescribe the rule that it will be then no appeal. So those are. As national authorities can then also approve a particular event open only to entrants under its own jurisdiction to deny the appeal. But that's limited into the, or let's say within the family. And then C is the national authority after consultation with World Sailing, so approved at the particular event, provided the protest committee is constituted as required by Appendix N, except that only 2 members of the protest committee need to be inter. So this is more in detail for some special events where there was not many protests and it's completely like big boats and something like that, when there is no need, there is no many of litigations anyway. So this is what can happen. If that appeal is not denied, then people can write down their appeal. They can appeal what? People can appeal. Let me see. Provided that the right of appeal has not been denied under a party to hearing may appeal a protest committee's what? Decision or its procedures. So if not happy with what is decision itself or procedures, how everything was done, those details can be then appealed to the national authority. Unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever, the facts found cannot be appealed. So if we say there was a port attack, stab attack, and a collision, that would have been probably facts that could not be changed, because then we can say, oh, that was not the incident, it was a completely different one. So no, that would be then not. And the boat may appeal when she is denied a hearing under required by the rule. So if I have those cases here in my own country, where the people were just ignored. They were never allowed to be heard. Even they brought the paper and the protest and the request, no action from the protest committee or the organizer. Nobody just did not open the case. So that's one of the cases when we can appeal and say, well, my rights were not respected, so national authority couldn't deal with it. And that is the whole procedure, how the national authority then deals with it. And also there is another not addendum, it is appendix, Romeo, who actually details how the appeal is written down. So there are some dates, how many days you need to be validity for that appeal. So I think it's 15 days, something like that. Or then you need to submit also the protest form, for example, that needs to be given in writing. That's not the case when your protest form was never received or was never accepted by the Rrs Committee. That would be a little bit different. But you would then require from the organizer to copy of the protest and present it within your appeal. Is there any questions? No. Everybody happy? There are many cases nowadays, and it's very popular among with these appeal cases, when we have a sailing within addendum Q. Every organizer can actually change all these rules, like Stavros said before. 64, for example, could be changed. Complete structure of protest procedures could be changed within the sailing instructions. But what cannot be changed is the right to appeal. And that right to appeal can only be changed if there are special rules at that sailing event. One of those special occasions are when we have this famous addendum Q applicable. Many times addendum Q is designed as a set of rules that would provide for a quick decision and the process where, yeah? Somebody? No. So that set of rules is there to provide a quick decision and the winner at the crossing of the finish line on the last race in the medal race. And that was primarily designed for that. But many times national authorities would allow to use the addendum Q features, a little bit maybe sort of modified to suit the purpose of certain events under their jurisdiction, and there is 86.3 rule that would allow that to happen. And we will next discuss about addendum Q. I hope that you all are nowadays familiar with it. It's getting more and more in popularity, and we will address different aspects of it. Kostas, do we have a break now?
Yes, let's go to a break, Neven.
Okay, so next session is addendum Q, guys.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, και τώρα θα περάσουμε σε ένα 10 λεπτό διάλειμμα.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen around the world, for tuning in. Thank you. The fastest of the Olympic boats. We're 10 seconds to go to the start here.
Θα παρακολουθήσουμε ένα σύντομο βίντεο με πλάνα από το Ευρωπαϊκό Πρωτάθλημα Νάκρα του 2019.
Great action here. Some of the world's best sailors on board. Top performing boat. Look at that, France 81, the big foil. Whoa, the boat flying out of the water.
An Olympic class since 2000 in Sydney, the 49er.
Και τώρα θα δούμε κάποια πλάνα από το World Cup του 2019 στη Γένοβα. Στο βίντεο βλέπουμε πλάνα από την κλάση 49er.
Over a year to go to Tokyo 2020. Peter Burling and Blair Tuke are back on the circuit, and it's going well. They're sitting second overall. And mathematically, the top 7 could all win gold. But the Gilmores, we saw a glimpse of them just then, have a 6-point advantage over the second place. Really close for silver and bronze, with just 4 points separating second from 5th. So the big question, can the guys from Australia hang on? And bear in mind, although they're brothers, they are a new partnership, these guys. So, Corky, does that make their position all the more impressive, the fact that they've come together, you know, in recent months?
Well, it shows the strength of knowledge and skills they've got on base. Being brothers, again, yep, we know there's can be the rifts now and again within a family, but it also means that you know each other very, very well, your ins and outs, and so actually the time put on the water can be maximised with the way you're able to program your setup. So they've done an amazing job. They've been slowly there chipping away at these events, and to go into this medal race in first place, they've sailed a superb regatta so far. But this is when it's going to really show. This is where the skills are all going to come down, when the pressure mounts and you're going into a medal race like this. But again, just a prime example, looking over towards that left-hand side, the results they've already got, the strengths, again, that quick decision, close quarter match racing. Well, this is kind of what it's about. It's a shorter race, of course, the medal race. It is going to be about that boat handling skill. But again, when you've got some of the names of the boats tucked in behind you, it's going to be all about managing pressure.
And the good news is no sign of that AP flag yet delaying anything on the committee boat. So we're still hoping to get this race underway in about 4 minutes' time. I've already mentioned the rock stars of the Olympic circuit, Burling and Tuke, the Kiwis. Their results here varied, really, from second to 22nd. So still some time needed working together, Evie.
Well, I wouldn't dare to say that. I think they're legends already now and still very much alive. But these guys are superstars, and yeah, they're just back since Palma and already now in second position. And this week has been really, really difficult, very light conditions, so it's easy sometimes to have a higher score result, but they are still in second positions within 4 points from gold. So I wouldn't say that they're really struggling, and really looking forward to watching them racing again in the Olympic circuit.
And the obligatory bare feet that everyone talks about are on display on board that boat, New Zealand 77. So 3 minutes to the start line now. And are we seeing a change in conditions?
We've got a similar breeze out there again, favouring that slight right-hand side again, where we can see them all bundling up towards the committee boat. They'll be looking for a bit of breathing space. Again, we saw that breeze slightly towards that right, but starting to occasionally want to flick towards that left-hand side. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see the boat spread out a little bit more on this start line, try and actually just get away from the line. We've talked about having this speed, having the momentum, and by doing that, they need to just get away from this start line early. If you're sat back in the second row just for that position, and so we can see pick up on Peters and Sterrett, they've given themselves a bit of breathing space away from everyone else, and it just allows them to keep that boat up to speed, momentum, and jump on that line. So it's all about getting off this start line cleanly, having a good lane that they're able to sail off, but the opportunity to tack and take that first shift, as Evie picked up on earlier.
Yeah, and I think as we speak, actually the wind is shifting it a little bit back to the left side, and the starboard side of the line isn't that advantageous anymore at the moment. So it feels like we're watching a replay from the 49er FX. But still 2 minutes to go, so it can still shuffle around, I would say.
Well, let's see how the course looks as things stand, presuming that they're not going to change it or move it between now and the start of the race. Let's have a look at that. Talk us through it, Evie.
Yes, so we'll start with an upwind towards the first mark, and then we'll sail a windward leeward, so we'll go down on a downwind course, and they can pick either gate, so they can choose that, and then we'll do the same again, an upwind, and then go downwind towards the finish line. So it's windward leeward 2 laps.
So the 10 boats poised, ready to pull the trigger in a minute's time and cross that line. Some of the speed merchants of the Olympic sailing classes, these. We're not going to see that speed here in Genoa, but they have managed to get 9 races in qualification underway over the week. So this medal race, the 10th of the event here in Genoa. Remember, the top 7 could all win gold, but it's the Gilmores from Australia who have a 6-point advantage out in front. And it's really close as well, that battle for silver and bronze, just 4 points separating second from 5th. So it's a close race, it's an exciting race, and with these light conditions, these shifty conditions, we could see the lead being a bit of a snakes and ladders affair as we count down to 0. They close in on the start line, and the 49ers are away in Genoa for their medal race. The British pairing of James Peters and Finn Sterrett in the centre of the line there, getting away, just nosing across the line with a good start. And we're on board with our leaders. David Gilmore at the helm.
Yeah, they were deep off that start line. Their late acceleration on. It was interesting. A lot of boats jostling and trying to go into double tack right in that final 5 seconds, 10 seconds, trying to get that manoeuvre through. But with the wind so light, it's saw the acceleration come on later. So certainly for the Gilmore brothers there, we saw them go into that tack as we were on board with them. They're now struggling to find that clear air. Peterson Sterritt came off that line quite nicely. But again, we talked about this, is that actually the bias end of the start line doesn't necessarily become completely irrelevant, but it's a matter of being able to get off that start line and hit that first shift, having a clear lane, getting off that boat speed. If you don't do that, suddenly your race is already being dictated to you.
The mini-map in the bottom left corner giving you a bird's eye view of where the fleet is. Also an idea of how the medals stand at the moment. So you can see the gold, silver and bronze changing colour as the fleet jostles for position on this first upwind leg. One of 2 Spanish crews in this medal race.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, και τώρα είμαστε έτοιμοι να επιστρέψουμε στο σεμινάριο.
Thank you. So addendum Q is this, that's the document, but you can find it, of course, on the website. And this is again on the same library judges use, and where you have all the other stuff, but also addendum Q like this one. You can open it here, yeah. So there are some advices here, and it's dealt with under these rule 86.2. It can be dealt with under 86.3 as well. Depends whether the national authority has any special reason why to prescribe and use these rules for testing. And it's getting more and more popular, and I don't know whether in Greece you may have some medal racing, perhaps among the Olympic classes, or preparing for the World Championships in Olympic classes and so on. But also there are issues nowadays, and the very common practice that we have more and more fleet umpiring, where the sort of or version of addendum Q are authorized by national authorities under this rule 86.3 is used. And also many classes, like when the fleet is smaller, prefer not to have hearings, but as much as possible on the water judging. That would eliminate lengthy arguments later, who was port, who was starboard, and so on. There are certain permissions needed for that, but we will not address it. That's not our concern, because it's a coaches group today, and then we will focus on what actually is different rule-wise. So the addendum changes some rules, and those are listed in Q11. Like I mentioned before, when we were talking about room to tack call, when we have obstruction coming and substantial course change need to be done by the close haul sailing boat. And here it is, room to tack needs to be said and repeatedly, clearly pointing to windward with the hand, of course. And the second, for you tack, repeatedly and clearly pointing at the other boat and waving the arm to windward. So this is the rule borrowed from the match racing community, and this is primarily to be useful to umpires that are following the fleet and that they know intentions of the boats more clearly. Some may argue that it's clear enough anyway, but this is helping. Also, boat that is taking a penalty need not to be considered as sailing proper course, but not. It's not her proper course to take a penalty. It is penalty taking and needs to sail well, clear of the other boats, and then take a penalty. That would be the proper course. There are plenty of rules that are changed, and those are listed here. Like 20, we said already, 28.2, which is sailing the course. Because what is different here is that if the boat doesn't sail the course, the umpire may then penalize and disqualify the boat if he does not correct his error before rounding the next mark. Of course, the rules 60, 61, 62, all these rules, procedural rules that we said even in the before section that appeal is denied, and here is denied. And importantly, here is written also 70 is also denied. So there is no appeal because we want to have a result at the finish of the medal race. That's why appeal is not there. And more so, 62 is out as well. 62, which is redress. Because if we have a redress, that's a very lengthy discussion. So redress is out of question. Only redress that the boat can get, as we said before, is under helping others in danger. So rule 1.1, helping others is the only rule that you can get redress in the medal race, for example. This is in order to cut all of these procedures that would be actually lengthy and that would drag out attention of the media and everybody following the race that wants to know result immediately. And the heavy duty is on umpires because they need to give instant decisions with the procedures provided within this addendum Q and protesting way of protesting, which is a bit different than it is provided in 61 in the normal. That's why it is changed. Of course, 66, which is reopening, and of course, I just forget it. And also the 65 and 64, where we're talking about, because 64 is a rule of penalties and stuff, so penalties are fully different, and the umpires also can apply 64 on their own. When they see the boat is compelled to break the rule, they will penalize the boat that is right. So what the boat can do in the addendum Q only, he can protest another boat, but how? He can hail protest and show the flag. So even if the boat is shorter than 6 meters, it needs to be a flag, and flag would then be a valid protest against the other boat, and that boat will then need to do something. So if the rule is broken, a boat needs to take a penalty. And then we have also rule 44 changed, which is not 2 turns, which is only 1 turn. In a way, this changes rule 42 as well, and that's mentioned later. So a boat can protest. Okay, the boat 44 is changed. A boat may take a 1-turn penalty in accordance with 44.2. When in an incident while racing, she may have broken rule of parts 2, except rule 14, that's separate, when she caused damage or injury. So if there is no damage or injury, even per contact, no action. Rule 31 or 42. 31 is mark touching and 42 is pumping. So the boat can even protest the other boat directly with the red flag for pumping. And that boat then can take the penalty. So you remember, this is different from what we were talking before. And that's curiosity for the addendum Q. They are separate for boards because that's a 360. It's not 2 turns, 360 with the board itself, not with the sail, not jibing and tacking, not turns like it would be for the other boats. Any request for redress can be asked. There is no denial at all to ask for redress, but the redress could be only granted if giving help, not if there is the injury or damage caused by another boat, or there is a improper action of the race committee that made an error, or protest committee, or umpire boat that is on the way, or something like that. There is nothing on there. So there is a heavy load on those of race officials that are running the event to be very careful and provide the fair environment that would not influence the game. And I may tell you they are properly trained and they know what they're doing, so they will really avoid it. If this happens, unfortunately, it may happen, but it is very, very rare. Even B5, that's because boards, they have this rule that allows them to be given redress if they are capsized because of other boat breaking rule of part 2, and that would be also a case where they would be not given redress. So that rule is out as well. If there are coaches for boards among your guys. So as we see here, A, B, and C, and A, B, and D. C stays there, which is helping, but D is not there, and A and B also not there. A is a mission of the rescue committee. B is physical damage of the boat that has to keep clear, and D is the boat that has broken the rule by breaking a conduct rule and stuff. But for the misbehavior, umpires have an arsenal of penalties that can apply, and we will talk about it later. So exonerating the boat. Now we're coming to the arsenal of the race of umpires or judges that are following it. They can apply a rule, exonerating rule directly themselves. So it is not dealt with extra procedures like would have been normal. The protest committee may also penalize the boat that is participating under Rule 1600 for breach of a rule by support person and so on and so forth. So that could be also the case. But also for misconduct and the Rule 2, the jury can react immediately and with their penalties. So what they do, umpires, what they do, they green and white flag the incident if there is no penalty imposed because there was no rule breach. Easy. But they can red flag, like B here, with the sound signal that the penalty is imposed or remain outstanding, because if the penalty is imposed and the boat doesn't take it, then the umpire keeps up the flag until that penalty is taken. And then the umpire will repeat and signal that boat further if the penalty hasn't been taken. Can black flag with this sound signal when the boat is disqualified. And of course, it's always signal and identify the boat that is disqualified or identify the boat that is penalized in other cases. And the penalized boat has to take one turn penalty in accordance with the 44.2. So many people would argue and say, why only one penalty? Even if the umpire penalizes, it's one penalty. If you take your own penalty by itself, it is also a one-turn penalty. It is why we believe, and it is so, that if the penalty is not taken by the boat when the breach is obvious, if it is obviously broken the rule, there is a risk that the judge will penalize a second time. So there is not worth it such a risk. So if the boats are involved in an incident, which is obvious that one boat has taken a penalty, it could be taken as Rule 2, not respecting the breach, not accepting the penalty on purpose. And that would be then a second penalty by umpires or more, if the advantage is gained and so forth. So the umpires have this set of possibilities here. And these are, if the boat breaks a Rule 31, touching a mark, penalty. If it breaks a Rule 42, illegal propulsion, penalty. That would be only one turn here. It will not be that you will collect your 42 penalties from the previous qualifying series. It is just a million times you will be penalized if necessary. and it will be always one turn. It will not be anything more than that. Gains an advantage despite taking a penalty. That's umpire initiated. So this all could be initiated even without both protesting. Gains an advantage despite taking penalty, deliberately breaks a rule. This is all up to umpires to decide whether circumstances would govern and lead to that. Commits a breach of sportsmanship. So there is no need to have this redress for that, because a breach of sportsmanship that would lead and potentially give redress because of the Rule 2 or 69er, as you know, under 62.1d, then that rule would be dealt with by umpires. And when the penalty is required to be taken by the umpire, if that is not followed, then penalty again, and penalty will be there staying until that boat would take that penalty. Okay, these are all the procedures. When the boat does not sail the course, there is another, again, action by the umpire. So when the boat crossing the line, that would mean that that boat has sailed course as well. So it's not just finished or being first, it is also signal that that boat actually sailed the course. If did not sail the course, that it would be disqualified before by the umpires. Because when it will be disqualified, when the boat does not does around the next mark of the course that after the one that he missed. Also, it's becoming fashionable that umpires would get information from the race committee if a boat is OCS, and after the top mark, they will signal that boat and take him out of the race course. And this is this needs a special sailing instruction, usually in the sailing instruction to deal with. Although some would argue that just by not starting already 28 is in the breach, so it does not need any extra X-ray, but that's another story. If you have questions about that, we can discuss. Of course, there is always option that that there will be a action under Rule 14, for example, if there is a damage or injury, but that's the only exception from all the rest. This is also something special for this no action or non-action for if umpire doesn't take an action or act, there is no sort of appeal or proceedings against the umpires. So we trust them; they will be staying not in our way. Sometimes may happen also. Umpires' decisions are not to be protestable. That's how we end up having winner at the end as well, because we don't have any further procedures. And 66, as we mentioned before, it's out. The race committee will not protest the boat. There will be no protest on that. The protest committee may protest the boat under 63. However, it will not protest the boat for breaking any instructions. A rule eliciting instruction or Rule 14 unless there is damage or injury. So very rarely would happen. And there is some possibility of technical committee that only protests for under 64 when it decides that both the person does not comply with the class rules. And or the rules of in the equipment regulation of the event in such exists. In such a case, the technical committee shall protest. These things are usually dealt with, especially the Olympics, that you will have the quarantine and everything will be set up before even, so those things will not be dealt. Where we can more learn about this addendum is also on our website. And the medal race using addendum Q is information for competitors. And this is sort of condensed advice how the procedure go. And it says here only protest another boat for the following. So it is incident that you are involved in, and it is for 31 and 42. It should be red flag that you show. and you should be hail the protest that you have to say. And of course, it is important that it is heard by the umpires and it is heard by the other competitor. The other competitor should be aware that there is a protest against him in order to take a penalty. Otherwise, he may just proceed not being aware that there is a protest against. Flag should be removed after the protested vote takes a penalty, or the umpires make a decision. And this is an advice sometimes, especially that's taken off from the team racing. Sometimes umpires at the briefing would advise competitors to raise a hand during these procedures, that they admit that they will take a penalty, so that umpires do not rush into the penalty, and that the competitors that is protesting is content that the competitor protested would take a penalty. So raise a hand would be an admission or additional communication that would be helpful. So it is one turn penalty, we said before. Promptly make one turn, including one tuck and jibe. And with the difference with the board. We say that already. If you decide to take a penalty, tell the umpires, I will take a penalty, or raise your hand. Umpires are signaling this. So this is a nice little advice that sailors need to pass through, especially you coaches, when you get to the medal racing, that you pass this with your sailors. But it is also good to look for other documents that are available on website, that are on the judges, but they are all open and they are all public domain, so you can spy on it and take advantage of that. Important thing, the possibility of requesting redress are very limited. You cannot request redress because of actions or non-action of umpires, race committee, organizing authority. So what happens if race committee posts results and you are not happy with the result? Is there any potential problem with that? Yeah, I bet it is, because in those cases, we advise the sailors come to the race committee and inform them about that problem, because you will see the board. And then the race committee may change that order if the order is a problem. Penalty for 42, Appendix P is completely out. And the red flag would be used, as we said before. This rule is expected to change, so you need to hail, arm signal. And this is what I wanted to talk. As soon as you have finished, check your finishing place with the race committee finishing boat. If you think your finishing place is wrong, inform the race committee immediately. You cannot request redress for this, but if the race committee realize they have made an error, they can correct it. If you don't inform the race committee immediately, but wait until after they have lowered the flag B. Flag B is the protest time limit, actually. When the flag B goes down, there is no more chance to request anything. It is much less likely that there will be time to check and correct a possible error. Even if you believe there is an error, you cannot request redress for this, whether on the water or on the shore. So that's the potential little bit of a problem if you do not react, whether your result is correct or not, because after B is down, B flag is down, there will be no corrections. That's maybe unfortunate. If we go further on this website, we can also find another help for medal racing, which is medal race umpiring presentation. Oops, where is it now? Oops. Okay, I'll open it from here. So this is a tool for umpires, and umpires usually come through these for their own purposes because they are well trained, and some of those are as well reminder for them. And I would advise competitors and you coaches pass those as well before and ask questions to the umpires as well, because there would be meeting before the medal race usually. And there are many of these that we passed already and talked about it. What I wanted to say is there is a part here at the bottom of it with the...
It's blank, Neven. It's blank.
Really?
Yeah.
I need to show up. I'm terribly sorry. Thank you very much, because I'm not sharing it via... I'm not sharing it via website, but I have it on my own computer, so I need to share it. Now you will see. So I go back to the beginning. So this is the document.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much, Costa. So this is the document that usually judges would pass through before they come to the last day of medal racing. And I urge you to pass it through. If for those that haven't seen it, you can find it on the website under this here. International Judges Document Library, and among all the others, some completely useless documents for you guys. So this one I would recommend: jury policies, medal race umpiring presentation, of course 42 interpretations, those nothing, and some other you will find interesting. World Sailing Misconduct Guidance, of course, we already mentioned it. And the rest, there is some other addendum Q itself in the Notice of Race and Sailing Instructions Guides. And this information to competitors we passed through already. Okay, so there are some documents that are worth following. So this one I found also very good, that you can look at it, and it's basically advising umpires how to work on the water, and it is advice for their positioning, communication, that may not be of your concern, but there are some parts in it that you may benefit, and I would go down. Example of penalties and stuff, so very useful. And see, these are advices how to position, so you can learn what the umpires are doing when they are positioning themselves, where you can be observed from. All this stuff is related to them. But then you have this one, some questions to answer, and those may be interesting for you guys as well. So, for example, boats must wait until the starting signal to take a penalty, true or false, or boards are not permitted to slow down by dropping their sail in the water when approaching to start. Boards may get redress if their finishing position are made significantly worse, and so on and so forth. So there are several questions here that you may find a useful reminder before you start your medal racing. A boat's hail for room to tack is not valid without appropriate arm signals. A boat may not base a request for redress. Okay, if you have any sort of queries, how the umpires are working, how rules are working, everything is here, and it's a good document, I think. Actually, I'm proud how this is done by the World Seminar. Is there any questions from you at that stage? I think yes, we can answer some. Right. We don't have any questions. Could a parent escape a penalty? That was answered no. Can a person deny to be present at the hearing?
No questions.
No, there is no questions. Okay, thank you very much. Usually this is it, and I don't know whether you are all anyway involved in any other kind of the umpired fleet racing, whether Greece has any, like fleet. There is very popular competition nowadays in Europe, which is a Sailing Champions League, where sailing clubs are coming to an event where the boats are provided and they sail each other, and there is also on the water judging or very quick. So races are very quick, of 5 minutes, and then rotate all the clubs in 3 days. It's very dynamic and interesting. So there also we have this principle of direct judging, and it's more and more taking off, and it looks like sailors are more and more happy to have procedures cut off. There was a question before from one of you guys, is how we can make it more simpler, rules more simple. It's a very difficult question to answer, because for such a complex sport as we have, imagine that misconduct procedures and that have 61 pages to learn from, if we want to be properly protected from everything, is quite a burden to learn. And you know, sailors actually exhaust their attention to and the patience to reading by the notice board, not even sailing instructions. Sailing instructions are mostly a document where we put things if we want to hide them. So yeah, the on-the-water judging and this direct resolve problem immediately is getting more and more popular, and it's a kind of simplification, but that requires a format change. In the big fleets, and there's not going to be big change, we still have procedures as per rule book. Well, if you as a coach is concentrated on how we actually make it life simpler for sailors, I would say that we need to keep in our mind what rules actually they need. And if that grid of rules that systemized in those balloons that I gave you the other day could focus sailors on important issues, and that they stay out of trouble, will be probably enough, even for the lower level, to keep sailors safe, not to infringe the rules, keeping always in mind the fairness and the principle of the basic principles that when we know we break a rule, we need to take action and take a penalty. Penalty taking is a great tool that keeps you in the game, and you carry on with sailing, not to be forced to retire because you break a rule because you touched the mark. That used to be the rule before. Now, when we have alternative penalties, we need to use it to our advantage. So the game goes on and the people get involved. So maybe that would be a tool to help your sailors. But I understand the sailors are, when they are sailing, they are so much focused, and they do not have time to focus on, you know, they know windward, leeward, port, starboard, ahead, in front, mark. And that's it, what they need to know. And there is not many of the rules. And when you see the rule book like here, then you actually see that everything that you sailor need to know, mostly, is just contained in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages, 6, 7, maybe 10. It's very little. It is tiny bit of rule book. Just this. So if the coach does his job well, it protects the sailor from the rest. So the coaches need to be educated and know the rest of the big thick book. But the sailors may need to be guided and let them. Depends on the level, of course. If you are at the Olympics, it's a completely different story. Anyway, thank you very much for your attention. I finished with the addendum Q, and that finishes my part on sessions as they are. And I don't know how we're doing on time, Kostas.
We can have a break now before we're going on.
Yeah, we have another session. I want to answer the questions that I put with this situations. I hope that you had time to look through the scenarios that I gave you, so we can address the rules themselves back again to finalize our rule talks this time around. Let's see if there is any questions.
No, there are no questions.
Okay, so let's have a break, and then in 10 minutes we continue with our scenarios that were given as an exercise last night. Thank you.
Okay, break then.
Και τώρα διάλειμμα 10 λεπτών.
To offer. And this is the important thing. They stepped away from it some time and now stepping back, but it shows again the depth of their fellow countrymen McHardy and McKenzie.
Και τώρα συνεχίζουμε με πλάνα από το World Cup 2019 στη Γένοβα.
The pedigree's there, but it certainly takes a little bit of time to step back in and
Botín and Lopez of Spain begin their downwind leg now. Towards the finish line they go. And you can see the French pulling away at the front of the fleet. You've got first, second, third and fourth in shot there.
Yeah, and all of them going for straight set because really the French and also Burling and Took really had the advantage on that left-hand side on the upwind, and that explains why everybody's choosing that side now, going downwind towards the finish line.
So the Kiwis in sixth, Burling and Tuke starting the day in silver, then they drop down the fleet out of the medals and they're clawing their way back up and in a bronze medal position now. 2 medals in the grasp of 2 Kiwi teams as things stand, but we have 3/4 of this final leg still to go, with the Gilmore brothers of Australia still dominating and holding on to gold. But it's been a great performance from Fischer and Jovan. Real battle between them and the Croatians. I was just looking at the distance. Are the French pulling away or the Croatians closing in on them?
Yeah, I think the French are pulling away a little bit. I think they already pulled away by attacking on top of the Croatians just in that final stretch toward that top mark. But I also feel that right now it's getting a little bit, more distance in between them. It's about 55 meters, yeah.
And let's not forget Butin and Lopez. They've put in a good race, sitting third at the moment. They started the day down in 6th. So really, yes, they were in with a chance of a medal, but it was more about what others did. The Spanish could only come out and do their best and race the best race possible, and that seems to be what they've done. So they'll be happy with that third place as things stand.
Yeah, and we can see that Peters and Sterrett, they went on a little bit of a different route and are currently now in third. Or, well, actually, it's shifting back and forth because the points are so close, so it's a very exciting downwind.
Haven't seen much of the British pair, James Peters and Finn Sterrett, which is unusual in a medal race. We normally see them challenging up near the front, and they started the day third overall, so they've had a bit of a struggle. They're currently sitting 8th. See the finish line there in the centre of the screen. And you can see how close the French boat is. As they sail down the last few metres of this 49er medal race.
Interesting how a lot more of the boats sitting in that mid part of the race course, trying to gain any little bit of shift, any little bit of puff of advantage, not putting themselves to one side of the race course or not, and that's what's seeing these medal positions constantly change.
Kevin Fisher been sailing from a very early age, was the 29er European champion back in 2012, but this is going to be their first medal race victory in the Hempel World Cup Series. Kevin Fisher and Yann Jovin of France cross the finish line to win the medal race. But who is going to win gold? It's still in the pocket of the Gilmore brothers, sitting in 4th. McCarty and Mackenzie of New Zealand crossed that finish line in 2nd place. A relatively new partnership, but already showing how good they can be, and that should be enough for silver for them as the world champions from Croatia cross in 3rd. And there are our gold medal winners for Genoa. David Gilmour and Lockie Gilmour, his brother, cross the finish line. They celebrate. The gold medal is theirs. They put in a great performance throughout the week. The Spanish are across the line, and here come Burling and Tuke, who have done enough, it seems, to take the bronze medal. And their results over the week have been a little bit inconsistent, but that's the mark of champions, isn't it? Even when you're inconsistent, you come in with a podium finish and a medal round your neck. Peters and Sterrett of Great Britain cross in 9th place, and then I think that's the Germans bringing up the rear. Yeah, Fischer and Graf come in 10th. So congratulations to David and Lockie Gilmour. It's gold for them after a really consistent week in difficult, light conditions. They obviously come from sailing stock, don't they? Peter, their dad, a legend really of Australian sailing. And it's an interesting story that, you know, David Gilmour was sailing with Joel Turner until the World Championships in Aarhus. They had a disappointing performance and decided that they would split. And so David was looking around for a new partner, and his brother Lockie stepped up to the mark, and it certainly seems to be working. Let's have a look at the results then. Still unofficial, but the Gilmours then for gold, and New Zealand silver and bronze. The Fantella brothers put in a great performance, but in the end their medal race performance wasn't enough to make up for their results earlier in the week, and they will have to make do with, well, the worst position of all, isn't it? 4th place, just out of the medals. But they'll be pleased with that. They started the day in 7th.
Και τώρα περνάμε στο τελευταίο μέρος του σεμιναρίου.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, my intention now is that we have those. I gave you yesterday some scenarios that wanted to ask you some questions about which rule apply in different scenarios. So, it's
your camera, sorry.
Not yet. Okay. Oh, thank you. Now? Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
It's okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Costa. So it is about those exercises. Hope you had time. But they are, I believe, not too difficult for you, but I wanted still to go through them to see whether you like it or not. So I will go through first one. Which rules would apply to each boat? Is there any answer here? Yeah, probably everybody's answered that 11 applies to windward, and what applies to leeward? 16.1, correct? One point that is here interesting is that I wanted to talk about is just crossed my mind now, so sorry for this not being preparing it before. In situation 1, we would say 11 on yellow. So if that boat is keeping clear, we could think that actually this is right of way boat, and she has a shield around her, all right, that should not be infringed by the windward. And if we proceed and nothing changes, and if we establish that here this is not, that shield is not interfered with, then by shield I mean in the environment of the rule definition keeping clear and rule 11, because that one has to keep clear, and this one follows then, and they go parallel. And in this position here in number 3, she actually alters course in number 3. But in that way, in that moment, this boat already engaged the race committee. So she will, under 11, be in constraint to respond more. So what does that mean? That shield from here shifted here. she cannot do anything more. So that's where 16.1 comes in, right? Do you agree? I hope you do. And then after that, when that danger passes, then she will be able to respond, and she needs to respond. And this guy always subject to 16.1, and this one 11, okay? Until the danger passes. So in the position 5, it could be something like this, okay? Do you agree with the concept? I hope you do. Any comments?
No comments.
Yeah. So some people believe that in this situation at the start, the guy that is windward has no room there. That's correct. But let's say those guys go to the starting line and there is no change in the position with the boats in the position 1 and 2. Once the windward engages the boat and his avoiding, keeping clear action is restricted by race committee. So in order to speak, that the windward would be bumping into the race committee, if alters course, there will be no more no breach anymore from the windward. If the leeward wanted windward to be away from the committee, she should have left before. That's what is the moral of this situation. Everybody agrees? And everybody tired, maybe it's late. Okay. The next question. Incident happened before preparatory signal and yellow suffered damage, returned ashore, and did not compete in the following race. What rules are applicable? Anybody wants to say anything? There was one contribution to this concept here. The other day we had a question whether a boat before the preparatory signal breaking a rule or causing injury or damage, would that boat need to take a penalty? So that would then be 44.1, right? So the rules that we could apply here would be rule 10, because the blue infringed rule 10. Then the yellow gone home because he was not able to continue, returned ashore. And what rules then would be applicable? 14, of course. So 10, 14, the second one. Then penalty. Will this blue be penalized? If we go to the preamble of part 2 rules, it says a boat can be penalized for rule 14, even if she's not racing yet. Right, so that's gonna go there. But would that be enough? Perhaps not, because the boat is ashore that she infringed against. So then 44.1b would then kick in. Shall you write down? Yeah, we can write it down. Oops, I cannot write. Oh, that's PDF. All right, so you can write down 10, 14, 44.1b. And what is the rule that would save the yellow is 62.1b again, because it is a boat that made a damage to her and disabled her from further racing. So that would be then redress given. Is there any other opinion here that would expand the rules that would be applicable in case 2? So I got it right. Number 3. What rules would apply to blue? In position 1, it would be 10, right? 1 yellow, 1. What about position 2? Position 2, make it bigger. In position 2, we don't have, oops, oh, come on, don't flow that much. Okay. In position 2, we have a situation where blue is not even head to wind yet. So she's still on port, but yellow altered course from 1 to 2, so it is 16-1, right? Would then blue be in the area of 18-3 is to be discussed, but it can be, cannot be, provided that yellow actually in position 3 left because she altered course before. Had she not altered course before, she might not have been obliged to go above close hold once blue completed her tack in position 3. So it, without this bearing down with the yellow, blue will be off the hook for 18-3. And probably even now, because the alteration of yellow is not because of the blue's action, it is because of the yellow action before that. So I would apply 16-1 here, and I would apply, of course, rule 10, and it looks like blue is keeping clear. So that's okay. So rule 10 and mate 18-3 potentially if there was no change of course of yellow, but then it might not have been even necessary to go above close hold. So it depends. Anybody disagreeing? Everybody's silent. Okay, let's go on then.
Sorry, Neven, but it's really hard blue to prove is right in the protest room because the yellow can say I was fencing the mark. I could, you know, it's really hard, and this it happens many times on purpose. The yellow going low and then sharply goes head to wind to prove that he really altered the course. It's really hard for the blue to prove that he could make the mark.
Absolutely.
Legally.
You are very right. I'm not saying that the blue is safe there. Absolutely right. So let me just reconstruct everything. What would you advise to your competitor?
For me to go behind.
You would advise for your competitor if you are blue?
Yeah, not to risk. Or to cross if he can clearly cross on port and then tack above yellow. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What is the problem with this? Theoretically speaking, there are two answers to that question here. So it is many ifs. And in the practice, it's a problem like you put it. So this alteration of the course actually switches off 18-3 potentially, because without that alteration, there will be no above close hold sailing. It will be just direct, and this will be finished. And on the balance of probabilities that the testimony will go in favor of blue is slim, because the whole rule is actually designed to discourage this coming on port, right? So it is not an environment where it is rightfully put by you, where we can advise blue to risk. Absolutely. So if the blue, well, actually that's maybe when you have two people coming. What about if you have the whole fleet coming? They might be even above, right? And going down and up would be also Hollywood. And those are many more chances if all the rest of the fleet, somewhere in the middle of the fleet, they're coming above the ley line. But at the very beginning, it is very risky for blue. Any other comments?
will case 50 will be more clear to help yellow to gain to apply then the 18.3, that it's clear that it shows that the yellow laughed a little bit and then it shows a red flag. So maybe he is afraid of bumping each other. That's why he laughed.
Yeah. Well, there are, first of all, yeah, yellow laughed because she's afraid of contact. Fine. But because of this, so scenario can go the way that actually yellow bear down before, and that would disable, theoretically, will disable 18-3.
Mm-hmm.
You agree to that, right? So if it can be proved, like we decided before, it's risky for blue. If it can be proved that alteration of course, blue will be off the hook, but most likely not, unless it is significant alteration before this. Did you mention case 50?
Yes. Yes.
Did you mention case 50?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the case 50 to support starboard. So in that case, alteration of the case 50 will not help yellow much in position 2, if you agree with me, correct? But
in position 1 and 3, yes. In 2, no.
Yes, okay. We are on the same page. Thank you. I understand. All right. Any other comment?
There's a comment from Nikolos Papageorgiou.
The only way to tuck safe in the zone is when the starboard is overstanding the mark. Yeah, I would agree. And I mentioned that. And I think many times this happens. Well, do you remember? I did not speak about 18-3 yesterday and before yesterday. Probably deliberately so, because it's a controversial a bit, and we used to have a Q&A about 18.3. There could be situations where 2 boats are coming, and one is asking for room to tuck. So there are plenty of sort of slippery zone around this mark. Let me just put. Historically, 18-3 was put in a place because we wanted to discharge the top mark. For many years, this scenario worked quite well until we got some problems in the history. And then Rule 18.3 has been changed several times. And now we have a situation where we used to have a Q&A that would involve 3 boats. And that Q&A is off now, still waiting to be resolved. Where is number 3? So maybe you can think about it and discuss among yourself. So if this boat, this is an obstruction boat that this boat has to avoid this way, right? Or the other way is to ask room to tuck and avoid that way. So we seem to have a sort of gray zone here, how this would work in reality. Will this boat, if this happens, should be other numbers, but forgive me. So if this happens, which boat you would penalize? Some people say this one, some people say this one. All right, because it is complex thing. Just for a thinking around. We used to have Q&A that would say that I think the red would be disqualified, because some would say that this and this both will be disqualified because they will both force this guy to go up. Some would say this guy would be disqualified because this guy would go through and this one will be then, without this boat going in, able to go on. So all sorts of facts you can build around this scenario, but we still not really have a proper answer to that. And Q&A was withdrawn and still were pending to be done. So what is your opinion? You can write down. My opinion is I would penalize blue. And you can ask my reasons. Okay, silence, nobody's talking. Oh, it's floating, floating. Okay, anybody, any more comments? I don't want to impose my opinion on that, because there are others that would think differently in that case.
Neven?
Yeah.
I will penalize both because one, blue, as you said, interfere red, but red tacks on the inside the zone, so they are both illegal.
Yeah, they are both tacking inside the zone, and
so they are both illegal. And
yeah. So many people believe that both of them needs to be disqualified, penalized, whatever. But in my, what about the others? Do others have a difference in opinion? The rule says this: if this is an obstruction of this guy, so if this boat wants to pass behind him, he needs to provide room as well for this one. If this boat, because lured boat decides which way to pass the obstruction, left or right. So if it decides to go behind, then it needs to create room for this one as well. If it wants to decide to go this way, then it needs to ask for room to tack. But if he asks for room to tack at this position here, I don't think there is any room anymore for that. Why he's asking for room to tack here? Because he wants to lay the mark. If the mark is not here, in my mind, but don't get me wrong, I'm not one to be followed in this argument, because some people may have different opinions. To my opinion, this guy, in absence of the mark, would much earlier call for room to tack. With the mark, he would delay that call. So that's my rationale why I would think the call for room to tack was too late. So he is actually one that caused it. If provided that red would have been able to tack and not infringe himself. So the opinion of Kosmatopoulos is quite valid, because even with the blue delaying and causing the other guy, the red still could be one to blame if that tack would cause, just in absence of blue, this guy to go above. So it is a tricky one. Huh? A very simple rule. We just want it to discharge. We want everybody go this way, go somewhere else. Not this is happening. In reality, the sailors are very good to each other. And I found it on the race course quite well managed, even without going into deep detail of the rules, how the rule is written. And I almost have an impression that people believe, oh, if I be nasty to the other, I will be in the same position next time. So they sort of tolerate, and especially later in the fleet when everybody is high, you have plenty of boats that are tucking inside here, and there is plenty of room because this guy would never be obliged to go above close hold anyway, because they all come very high. So this is the safest. So I think sailors are not getting into too much risk around that mark. So I think they believe it is all fine. But the rule is not very clear. That's my opinion. Okay, Alexandros, you have it? You happy now? I shared my opinion, so don't get me wrong if I didn't get it right. Okay, thank you. We can go now further on. Let's see, others are not tricky. This one. What rules will apply here? All right, room to round the mark, green is saying. So green is on the starboard, blue port windward, no, blue port leeward right of way, and yellow port windward. So yellow needs to keep clear of blue, which is 11. Green has right of way, is starboard tack, can actually hold her course and take and do a tactical rounding around the mark, because she is right of way. She can actually push the other two away until 18.4 applies. So, but in a scenario here, 18.4 does not actually comes into force because someone of those two actually forced green out. So rule that applies would be what? 18.2b, right? Because it is, they are all overlapped coming to the zone. And then it would be 10 between green and yellow, and it will be 11 between blue and yellow. Then it will continue 18.2b in position 2. Room is not given. Yellow is keeping clear of blue, but blue is probably one to be blamed for not giving room. What could yellow do? Yellow is also right in a way that she sails within the room, mark room that she deserves from the position 1. So she's not breaking. She could break 11 and will be exonerated. But they all squeezed out green, and then 18.2b still applies here. So blue is responsible for 18.2b. Also, while she's changing course, she is 16.1 subject. And what green can do? Green has touched the mark. That's 31 as well with the sail. I think it is, right? Yeah. And now we will probably apply the rule 20.20b for touching the mark, right? For touching a mark, because green that was entitled to mark room touched the mark, and she should be exonerated for that one. She protested, but will she be allowed for a redress here? There is nothing said about the damage or injury, so there will be no redress, unfortunately. So she will be exonerated for that mark touch only. And who would you penalize for the incident? I would penalize blue, but is there any other opinion?
Yeah. The way I see it, yellow didn't make a huge effort to give room to green by the drawing, and also green touches the mark but is not rounding the mark and cannot continue sailing without rounding the mark, even if the others are wrong. And if he sailed and finished without rounding the mark, he can be subject of 69 or not?
28, right? Not 69.
Yeah, because he's
sailing the course.
Not, yes, but also not fair sailing because he knows that he broke a rule.
But we see, Andreas, we don't know whether she continued or not.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. If she continued sailing the course without rounding the mark, I don't think she would be unfair sailing. She would. What would be unfair about not sailing the course? Yeah, well, you may argue that way, but that's a fair argument because she knows that she did not round the mark. So yeah, it could lead to fair play rule. But actually those two, yellow and blue, were not fair to her because she had all the room here, right? And we need more facts to see why this room was not given. It could be that maybe a kind of boats that they were sailing, so more facts would give this scenario a little bit more weight and understand why this room was not given. It was so obvious, correct? At the position 1, those two boats, blue and yellow, they should have even jibed to go away from green because they were on port, correct? So it might have been other circumstances that would justify room not to be given. If that room was not being able to be given, and we need more facts, whether that overlap was established too late with a puff of wind or something like that. There is another comment, Nicholas, no protest to blue from yellow. Yeah. That single flag would cover all the incident, I think. But if
I can speak, you hear me?
Go ahead.
There is no protest from yellow to blue.
Yeah.
As I saw here. So yellow needed to ask for room for more boats, let's say, at position 2. When the green had room to pass the mark, and he didn't ask for room, and he didn't make a protest, hail protest to the blue. So how we can penalize blue? We penalize yellow.
Yeah, I understand your reasoning. But is there in a rule everywhere saying that you need to ask for room?
No, you don't ask for room. Okay, you don't ask for room.
Well, the green was asking for room, but she was never given anything.
How is blue can be informed that there is no room to pass the mark for green?
Blue should be aware of it. That isn't she? At the position 1, blue should know that there is a room that she needs to. Well, she has a right of way over yellow. She can argue that she never seen green, right?
But
otherwise, she would have gone by bearing down because she would have understood that green has a room.
My opinion is in position
inside right of way boat.
In position 2, it's clear that green is almost ahead of both boats.
In position
2, that green is a little bit ahead of both of them, the both boats.
Yeah. So in your case,
should be clear. It should be know that she should give space, room to also to yellow and also to green.
Yeah.
So maybe both penalized, not only yellow.
You mean blue and yellow?
Blue and yellow, yes.
Yeah. Could be, yes. I could see penalizing blue, not giving room, because yellow, in order not to risk a contact with blue, did not break 11. So she didn't want in a position to go down on blue. But there is a question from Stavros. He said, what happens if none can identify blue and blue never becomes a party to the hearing? Well, then we have a simple case between the two boats, and room is denied by yellow. And yellow should have even keep clear, not just give room to green, but even to keep clear of green at the position 1, because they were on opposite tacks. Green was allowed to go further down and even laugh a little bit and postpone her jibe until 18.4 obliges her to take her proper course, correct?
Agree.
Who is speaking?
Costas.
Hello, Costas.
Hi.
Yeah. What you say?
I said I agree with you.
Aha, okay. in case the blue is not there, but let's suppose that blue is identified, Stavros. So what happens if none can identify blue?
Sorry, Neven. Blue is there, but no one can identify him in the protest.
Ah.
So there is a protest between yellow and green. And
yes.
Everybody's saying there was another boat, but no one knows the boat.
Aha. Well, we have a little bit difficulty then, right? How we can then deal with it? Because can we exonerate by that? Can we exonerate yellow because we don't know the identity of the other boat? What rule covers it?
I think 64.4a, 64.1a, 64.1.
So if we establish that 64.1a is telling us 64.1a. Well, I'm missing pages here. Aha, here. Oh, you see, my rule book is like this. So 64.1a, when as a consequence of breaking a rule, a boat has compelled another boat to break a rule, the other boat shall be exonerated. Yeah. Well, you need to find a jury that believes the story, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Because if the two, green and yellow, agrees that they would, well, it could be fishy, huh? So I've been to some juries where we have ruled this way.
Okay.
In similar situations, where actually the protestee was asking redress. Well, a boat was asking redress, but did not want to disqualify the other boat that was at fault. And actually, we granted it because we say, "Oh, fine, you don't want to protest it, but the story is fine." And then the other boat admitted it, but we never started the protest against the other. We could, jury can do it, but the rule is such that allows this to happen. Thank you for bringing this up, Stavros. It's a good idea, but you need to find a jury to believe it. Do you agree?
Yes, I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
I had a similar case.
Okay.
And then I had the third witness also, not just the two boats. So the jury had to believe it.
Okay. So you're in your case, it was a little bit easier.
Yeah.
More convincing, and you could get out of the hook. Yeah. Good. Okay. So let's go to the last one. If no more comments to this one. So the last one is, oh my God, I need to make it smaller. I usually give this to the question for a rule. I tell you which one. 18.2. E, right? At position 1, A is clear ahead, clear astern, right? B1 is ahead. At position 2, maybe they are overlapped. And that overlap might have been established by B2, and C could be the only witness. The best one, right? Or maybe not. Maybe actually not. C cannot be a good witness, because if C is more forward, then she could. But in this position, she cannot be. If she cannot be a good witness, then what? This is probably 18-2E, doubtful overlap, established in time. So potentially 18-2E applies. If 18-2E applies, then A3 is toast. And that's 18-2B applicable, where B was clear ahead at the zone and has mark room. But A believes that she established overlap in time, and because of B, she even blames her, and wanted room. So there are two scenarios potentially. So in one scenario, when we believe alpha that she gained overlap in time, then 18-2B apply, and rule 12 apply, I think. And then 11 applies, and 16.1 applies. Where 16.1 applies? In that scenario on B3, because B3 loves A3 and she should not do it, and she cannot be exonerated for that because she is outside boat. She couldn't do it. So she infringes that contact, I think also, that's also on B. Because in that scenario, A would sail in her mark room environment, so she is allowed to do it. And then what other rules apply? Anybody else has any more? 31, right? Mark touch. Alpha has touched the mark in A3, so if the other scenario applies, that B is at fault because she's outside, then alpha will be exonerated under 20B for mark touch, and will be exonerated for 20A under 11 for not keeping clear of B in position A, B3, A3. Do you all agree with? So the rules that we apply here are many, depends on the scenario. Anybody has any contribution?
Can I ask you a question, Neven?
Yeah. Who is it?
I don't know if it's me or someone else who wants to ask something.
Come ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. You said that A is going to be exonerated under Rule 20A. Why 20 and not 21?
I'm sorry, I just mixed it. 21.
Okay. Okay.
20 is room to tackle.
Exactly. Perfect.
Probably it's late, so I'm mixing. Very, very well done. It's 21. Sorry, 20 is the room to tackle. Yeah. A will be exonerated for 21A for breaking Rule 11, and exonerated for 21B for breaking Rule 31. And B then would be blamed for Rule 14, for Rule 16.1, and for 18.2B, of course. All right, any more? Okay, I think it's late in Athens now. You are guys maybe found tired after all this boring discussion today. I hope you'll benefit something from this discussion.
Yes, thank you, Neven.
Thank you very much, Kostas. You were our great leader. So we will put order. And if anything in the future you need to ask, just feel free to come back. Thank you very much, Kostas Tantilis as well.
Thank you very much, Neven.
And see you on the race course and have a good season.
See you soon, I hope.
Yeah, sure. Inshallah. Thank you, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody, for participating. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Night.
Κάπου εδώ το σεμινάριο Racing Rules of Sailing με εισηγητή τον κύριο Neven Baran έφτασε στο τέλος του. Μπορείτε να παρακολουθήσετε ολόκληρο το σεμινάριο στο YouTube της Ελληνικής Εστιοπλοϊκής Ομοσπονδίας. Σας ευχαριστούμε που μείνατε μαζί μας. Καλό σας βράδυ.